Yo, what's up, everybody? All right. Thanks for coming to the stream or catching the replay. Today, I will be reacting to the legendary Rick H. And for those of you that know, you know. Legendary Rick H is a fucking legend. I mean, I don't really. The only times I've ever seen him, because he's put out one product, which is what we're going to go over. The one product he put out, it was like a 4 hour fucking interview he did with Brent Smith. I'm not the biggest fan of Brent Smith, but that's fucking Rick H's boy. I think Brent Smith, any of you that know who Brent Smith is, he's kind of a scammy dude. He comes off very scam artisty and artisty. And I remember even back when I was super fucking confused, I didn't really, some guys you watch them. I think there was also this guy called Bad Boy. What's up, Nathan? How you doing, man? Yeah, I'm just talking about Rick H right now. We're gonna watch a quick Patrice O'Neill video that I think is a good video for talking about always being on and what actual game is. But dude, it's crazy, man. I actually have a bunch of videos that I want to react to. We won't be able to get to them all because I want to focus on the Rick H video. I mean, if I get through the whole Rick H video, dudes, this might end up being like a 2 fucking hour stream or some shit. I don't even know, bros. I'm gonna go as long as it takes me to finish the video. Let's say I'll put a cap at 3 hours. I don't think I'll be talking for fucking 3 hours, but I mean, if I need to, then I fucking will. But I haven't even watched the Rick H video in fucking years, man, since like 2 3 years ago when I wrote all these notes about it and I posted it on the PUA Vault channel. Anyway, I've been gathering lots of videos and it's crazy. The more videos that I watch, it's like I'm really starting to think that I have a hold of something that literally nobody else is talking about. I would say maybe the only guy that I get the sense talks about it is Owen, but I catch him in like glimpses where he's really touching on it like I am. I'm not even trying to say I know something that other guys don't know. It's just the way that I'm presenting it is not in the same way. Going back to Brent Smith, Brent Smith comes off kind of scammy. Oh, by the way, Nathan, I don't know if you have access to the DVDs, the library of all my PUA videos. If you want access, let me know. I'll shoot you my email in the chat and send me an email and I'll give you access to the vault because I can't have it up on YouTube anymore because it got double striked by the channel. So anyway, so yeah, it's insane. I was watching some shit on because I watch clip videos all the time. Even if I didn't have this streaming channel, I would still watch clipping videos all the time and just to react to like what the dudes are saying. And it's insane how they're caught in the fucking game loop where they're like, you have to game. And then like dudes get all mad about it too, where you'll see all these dudes that are mad online where they'll be like, no, they're mad at women. They have all this frustration toward women because they had to work so hard to earn their shit. Okay, yeah, here, I'll shoot it to you, brother. Anybody that's catching this on the fucking replay, if you come on one of my live streams, then and you ask me for the email, I will fucking give it to you guys. Yeah, just send me an email. Just say I'm from the stream, Nathan, and I'll give you. It's 6 Google Drives. I'll give you access to each Google Drive. Once I start making more money, I'll probably just put them all on one drive, so I have to be hopping back and forth between drives. But I got it on 6 drives right now. So it is interesting to see. And I went through the same process, except I'm no longer there, so I can fucking see it now, When before I would be like, this is just the way that it is. You got to tell these bitches what's up, these fucking dumb whores and blah. Like I think like that too toward the like 2023 to 2020 till like fucking the end of 2025. I was still in that mindset. But the whole time I knew I was like, this is still off though. Like I don't even know. You know how dudes have that whole thing where like a good woman is subservient and submissive and shit like that? I mean, I'm not saying she's not, because women that are feminine will naturally go into that feminine role and want to serve you in a way to make their man happy and please their man. And even just like it's their nature in the sense that even they just want to please their family and serve their family, whatnot. But I don't know if you guys know, actually, after COVID ended, you know how during COVID we were locked down for like 2 years and everybody was home. I think when women going back to work, like something like 50%, maybe even higher, didn't want to go back to work and realized that they just wanted to stay at home with their family because they were fucking brainwashed into thinking that they have to be as good as men and they're constantly having to prove themselves and all the stupid like feminist propaganda they got in their fucking head. And then the guys that are red pilled, they're basically saying the same shit where they try to be like, oh, you're a feminist and you think women are equal. Women need to be fucking submissive and blah, blah, blah. They have their own version of that where they're caught in their own stupid fucking shit too. But the thing about it with the guys is they come off super angry. They come off super angry at these women for trying to be like, no, but it's about connection and it's about these other things that aren't focused on looks, money, status, or game, you know. And the guys that are red pilled are like, no, it's all looks, money, status, and game, and men have to work harder to earn women's attraction. We really don't. We really don't. You think a woman is going to be attracted to you because of your looks, money, status, or game? Fuck no. I mean, maybe the looks, I'll give you that. Maybe the looks, maybe the status, there'll be some superficial attraction there. But once you approach the girl, once you're actually one on one with the girl, you know, once you're on the phone with the girl and she can't see you or anything, you know, it's like attraction is immediate. It's not this like, I used to trip out on this too when I remember I was watching Mystery Dudes back like in 2008, 2009, before I went in the army. So like late 2008, early 2009, like around that time, I was watching Mystery, and Mystery said that it attraction takes like 30 seconds and he can attract any girl. And I just thought that was ridiculous. I was like, there's no way. And I also heard somebody say something like once, like, even if a girl rejects me, I know that I can attract any girl. Like whether or not she'll continue to talk with me or whatever, that's a completely different thing. But I can attract any woman. And I would just be like, that's like the guy's ego talking. Like that makes no sense, you know? But I completely understand what he was saying now. Like it's true. Even if you walk up to the girl, looks, money, status, game, what you could have none of those things dialed in and you can still attract any girl. Now, whether you can establish a connection, whether you can keep her on the hook, that is different. That depends on how well you can hold the tension, and we're going to be talking about that during this stream. But I mean, attraction is. I would say now, when Mystery said, "Give me 30 seconds, I can attract any girl." 30 seconds is a long time. You could probably attract a girl in like fucking 15 seconds, maybe less, maybe like 5 seconds. Once you understand how attraction really works. And if you're caught up in this looks, money, status, game loop, this validation loop where like I need to do all these fucking things. And once I have all these things and I've earned my way, and now I'm a man that's worthy of respect and all this shit like this, like once I put the work in, now I deserve the fucking attraction. If you're caught in that shit, you'll never be able to do it. Like you'll never be able to attract a girl immediately. I mean, you still will, because it's all on how you communicate, and on a certain level, it's all subconscious. It's all nonverbal. Is a better way to say it. It's all fucking nonverbal, but you'll miss it. And this is a guy. I missed it for fucking years. I missed it from 2007, 2008 until like the end of last fucking years when I finally was able to be like, whoa, holy shit, this whole time I've been fucking completely focusing on the wrong shit. And it is actually very simple. You can attract any woman, and she's going to be attracted to your frame. That's what she's attracted to. I've said this. I'll keep saying this every fucking stream. I'll scream it into the fucking sky. You guys can ask me questions about it, whatever you know, but it's like, and I want you guys to ask me questions because all you guys are going to understand it in a different way. Because if you're not, I know how I sound to you. If I sound to you right now how I would hear shit when people would say shit like, I can attract any girl in 30 seconds. I would be like, no way. What do you mean? How do you do it? Like, how do you even get her to like you? How do you do a hook? How do you hook a girl? I remember I was stuck on how to hook a set for years. I didn't understand how you could just hook a set. You know, I didn't understand how to screen. I didn't understand really just like the M3 model. Somebody left me a comment on my last stream where they were like, I use the M3 model, the mystery method model. And they were like, how do you do this and how do you do that? Actually, it was my inspiration for this stream with that comment. But I remember him asking me the question, and I was like, you don't need to do any kind of game, bro. Like I follow zero game at all. All I use game for now is to fuck with the girl. It's basically just like female psychology, like female attraction triggers that I can fucking fuck with, like chick crack, like Owen used to call it. And I like do that to keep tension. But other than that, and then he was asking me, how do you move the set forward? And I was like, the set will move forward on its own, bro. It's crazy how just shit will happen on its own if you fucking let it. But because the way I used to think, and the way maybe some of you guys are thinking, it's like, it's still like, no, but I need to do shit. I can't just stand there, right? Like, I'm gonna walk up and I'm gonna have to say something and eventually like start Kino and like I'm gonna have to move the set forward because the girl wants a leader and blah 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 blah. And it's like, I mean, I don't disagree, but I don't agree with it necessarily. Like, she's gonna game you. Like, once your shit is dialed in, it flips it. She tries to game you, and she's trying to get you off her frame, or she's trying to like really test you to see if you're really about this frame, and you're just like chill. And she starts. You don't have to do anything. She starts gaming you, bros. You know what? My last set that I approached was that English singer that was visiting from England, and she was about to go do some gigs in LA, and she came up and she approached me, and I was talking with her. She's the one that broke me through. I remember after I interacted with her, I don't know what happened that night, but I saw it. I was like, oh shit. I see it now. I see the game. Like I see the frame. Like I see how it works now. And when I was interacting with her, man, she would like come, she would fuck with me. I was fucking like talking shit to her, and like I got her mad at me and shit, and I was like solid in my frame. And she would like fucking come, she'd fuck with me, we'd like touch each other and shit. I give her validation or whatever. And then after she get whatever validation from me, she'd like back off and she'd run off because she was a social butterfly. So she'd run around talking to everybody at the bar, and then she would come back to me, and guys are like trying to game her, and she's very, very nice with everybody, being very flirty with everybody, but she kept coming back to me. And then guess what? When she left, she got my number. I'm the only person who she hit up. She hit me up for my number. And it literally all I was doing. I was just I was playing pool, just fucking around. And she just kept coming back to me for another fucking dose of fucking catch. It's like, and that's what it becomes when you can transcend game. You literally just like hit a girl up there. I mean, she even approached me just because of my energy when I walk in, just the way that I walked into the fucking bar, and the way that I just game even extends beyond girls. It's just how you communicate with all people, because you're not coming from this lower frame where you're down here and they're up here, and you have to elevate yourself with game to be on their level or to try to knock them down or below you, like you come in here and it's like everybody, you flip it. I'm not saying everybody is below you now and that they're going to feel like they have to move up, but you're just not down here. Your communication is not from like this needy, empty space, man. And this is what I'm saying. All the guys that are mad, all these red pill guys that are like, you have to have looks, money, status, and game before a girl will like you. You have to have all this fucking bullshit, right? All those guys are so fucking empty, bros. I can't wait till I show you. I don't want to ruin it because there was a clip I was watching today. I will say this. There was a clip I'm probably going to react to next time I stream. I just have to, the only thing I need for that next stream is I need to come up with a thumbnail for it. So it might take me a day or two to do that. But once I get the thumbnail, I'll come on the stream with that. But I remember there was one point in the thing I'm going to react to. What they say in the video, they're like, oh man, if you're 40 and you're broke, you're a fucking loser. Nobody's going to want you. And there's a panel of girls and everybody starts laughing and the girls are all, yeah, what a fucking loser. What the fuck is your life? You ain't going to get shit in life. I'm 43 and broke and I've been fucking poor my whole life and I'm short. I'm 5'5". I'm old. I'm an ethnicity. You know what I mean? I'm not like blue-haired, blonde eyes. I'm not attractive at all. I'm a regular looking dude. There is nothing fucking there. I'm literally the guy they're making fun of when they're saying that. And I remember they were saying that guy's not getting any kind of pussy. The 40-year-old loser that doesn't have any money, right? They're like, that guy's not getting any kind of pussy. And if he is getting pussy, he's not getting the girls he wants. Absolutely incorrect. I literally was just talking to the lead singer, a fucking hot chick lead singer from England that has a band that was touring here doing gigs in LA. Super social, super hot, super just like you know those girls that are just like it's like they're gliding across the room and like music follows them everywhere they go. They're like a fucking angel essentially. She was one of those like girls that are just incredible, just live totally validated all the time because everybody loves them. And I could have banged her. I didn't end up banging her because she was leaving. I forgot what the fuck happened. I think she left, and I was like, I'm gonna stay here and keep doing whatever the fuck I'm doing. And then she got my number. Oh, she had to like leave and go do something with her band, so she couldn't keep hanging out, whatever it was, you know. But she made sure to get my number before she left. And then I was like, I got that girl as a broke motherfucker. And then when I was in Europe, I was broke as fuck, banging hotties. When I was in fucking Argentina, I was banging hotties, broke as fuck when I was in fucking southern Mexico, dude, when I was in southern Mexico, there's this magical girl that I still think about now that I think I'm like in love with her. Super fucking hot as well. She walked up to me on the beach and started gaming me. You know what I mean? When everybody on the beach was fucking staring at her and like trying to get like guys were trying to talk with her. And then she just kept staring at me and came to me. And this is before I have my understanding of game like I have now, but I already had the energy. I was already going out by myself, generating my own vibe, completely grounded in my own energy. And while I didn't have the perspective I have of it now, I already had the frame. I just didn't have the understanding of it where I know how to, like, I know how it works, you know, where I still felt a little bit of need to game back then. Now I'm completely over it, you know, and I attracted her and I fucking broke as fuck. So it's funny because, anyway, when I react to that clip next stream, I'll break it down, you know, but it's insane how people just that are caught in the looks, money, status game loop cannot understand what is actually happening. Like the girls are not attracted to any of that. When you walk up to the girl, if your communication is right because you're grounded in your own energy the correct way, you get to it when I'll tell you how I got to it, man. I got to it when I mean the exact moment I got to it when I saw all my needy behaviors, you know? I saw all my needy behaviors, in particular with that English girl, you know what I mean? I remember she was coming up to me and she was like fucking with me, you know what I mean? I remember I pissed her off. I remember now. I pissed her off. I was telling her something because she went to go smoke. And I was like, why the fuck are you smoking that shit? You shouldn't be smoking that shit. And we got into a little argument about it. She's like, don't fucking tell me what to do. Fuck you and all this shit. You know what I mean? She didn't yell at me, but it like she almost kind of yelled at me, you know, because she was defending herself. And then she went and she smoked, and then she went and started doing all this other shit. And I remember feeling it in my body, being like, "Oh damn, that was bad game. I pissed her off." You know what I mean? And then after that happened, I just saw it. I was like, "But I don't give a fuck." Like I was like she came back to me after that like 30 minutes later, so that she comes back to me and she starts fucking with me again and touching me and shit. And I was like, "Yo." She's just attracted to the tension. She's just attracted to the fact that I'm in my own energy because I felt the need to be like, if she comes back, I'm gonna have to try to like fix it, you know, and be like, I'm sorry, or like try to like kind of cover that up to not lose her. And I felt myself falling into that. And then she came back to me, like 30 minutes passed by. She comes back to me and she starts kind of fucking with me a little bit. And then I'm just chill about it. She starts touching me again. I'm chill about it, whatever. And then I was just like, yo, she's just attracted to like my energy, to like me. Like I don't have to do anything. And I saw when she came back, she actually this is what she did when she came back. So she comes back, right? She comes back and she's like, I think she like drops a pen or like she does something where she's like, "Can you get that for me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, here." And I give it to her. You know, I'm not even looking at her. I'm just like, "Here." I give it to her. And then after that, she needed that. She needed because remember, before she left, she was mad because she was like, "Don't fucking tell me what to do," and blah blah blah. And that created a tension between us, right? Then she leaves, she comes back, and like I'm telling you guys, when she left, everybody's on her fucking clit. You know what I mean? They're just like trying to talk with her and like, oh, they're trying to be all up in her shit. Everybody's trying to bang her essentially. And then she comes back to me and then she does this little thing where she's like, give me the pen or whatever the fuck she said. And I give her the pen. I completely don't give a fuck. She's gaming me. Do you see how she's trying to be like, oh, he fucking dissed me. I'm gonna fucking try to see if he's really like if he really meant it. And she's like basically testing me. And she's doing these, she did a bunch of other ones. She's doing all these little mini tests with me to see if she can get me to break frame. And then that's when I was like, that was the aha moment where I was like, oh, I don't have to do anything. She's gonna game me. I just have to fucking, I have to drop. Like if I would have gone into game, I would have ruined it. If I would have been like, hey, sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that. Hey, tell me a little bit about yourself. That's me going back into game. That's me trying to be like, uh-oh, I fucked up. I need to smooth it over and I need to be nice now and blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? And I felt myself going into it. And then when I didn't do that and I just let her come back to me, and then I remember thinking too, before she came back to me, I felt myself thinking too, like, oh man, should I go over there? Should I go and get her back? Like I'm telling you guys, she was hot and she was like exactly my type of girl too. And I was like, what should I do? Should I go over there and say I'm sorry? Should I fucking, I'm trying to strategize and thinking social dynamics. And then I was like, what am I thinking that for? Like, just let it go, man. Like, whatever. Who gives a fuck? And then I remember thinking too, I was like, if she likes me, she's gonna come back to me. And that whole time she's separate from me, I'm just thinking where I'm like, yeah, if she likes me, then that's enough. Like I don't need to like be thinking about game at all. And I was just like, I just need to stop strategizing and just allow shit to happen and hold frame, you know? I meant what I said. And then she didn't like it. So I'm like, okay, I'm not, you know what? I actually admitted to myself, I was like, you know what? That was kind of dickish. I was like, you shouldn't be fucking smoking that shit. That shit's fucking bad for you. I said it something, I said it probably even more harshly than that. But I remember thinking that and being like, yeah, I don't care. It doesn't matter that I said that because if she comes back, she's gonna come back, and then when she came back, she did a little test, and then I was like, oh, she just fucking, she just needed to know that I don't give a fuck. Like I'm not gonna say I'm sorry, which I didn't. I didn't say I'm sorry. I kept my communication the same. My tone didn't change or anything. She came, she got her little like check with me. She's like, give me the pen or whatever it was. I gave her the pen. As soon as she got that resolved for herself, she just went back to gaming me. And then I was just like having fun playing pool. She was trying to play pool with me. She was like throwing the balls around and fucking the game up. She was being a brat, you know? And then I was just like, I don't give a fuck. You know, I don't care. Because I was just practicing by myself. I was like, I don't give a fuck, whatever. And the more I just let her do whatever the fuck she was doing, she kept doing, she was like laughing, we were laughing with her. And then she would come back to me and we would start touching each other again. And then she would leave. Da, 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 da. I'd keep doing what I was doing. I was hanging out with some other dude. And then she came back to me. She got her little fucking adrenaline boost from me. And then she was just going back and forth like that. And I was just, after that night, I left and I was just like, dudes, the way that you fucking break through is you just drop all game. You just drop game. That's how you break through, my friend. You drop game. You fucking, and then the other thing is you just understand how the girl's attraction is working. You know, this is why I was saying that attraction takes like fucking 15 seconds, dude. You walk up, and what was the one thing that I was doing? What was the one thing that I was doing? Well, every time she would leave me, you know, because she's doing this hot cold thing with me, right? She's push pulling me. You guys see how she's gaming me, okay? She comes to me, she gets her little validation from me. She's like, ah, and then we laugh or whatever. I wasn't even saying funny shit. Honestly, she was the one trying to make me laugh, and I would just be like, I would just like answer what she would say, and then she would laugh because I went along with her little joke, you know? How do you persist or lead in any way? You just hold frame, bro. You just hold frame. You don't fucking worry about what the fuck the girl is doing. You just literally feel good, bro. You just feel good. Like you're just grounded in your own feel good energy. Do you, I don't know, when you go out, man, the way that I even got to this point in the first place, because I already had this frame, I just wasn't aware of how it worked. You know, the way that I got this frame in the first place is I went out by myself that whole time that I was in Europe, all those posts I'm posting up from Europe and all the videos I made while I was in Europe, all that was, I was going out by myself. And that's when I got grounded in my own energy. That's why they say to do a pickup pilgrimage where you travel and you pick up different girls. I know all of you guys might not be able to do that. I get it. You have a job or whatever. But I mean, maybe you can go to different towns or cities around where you live. Maybe every once in a while you can take like a week off and go like travel somewhere and like go to unfamiliar areas. And when you go to unfamiliar areas where you don't know anybody, this is why I'm saying it's important to go out by yourself. This would help you break through as well. It's like go out by yourself. I would say that's the key fucking thing is like go out by yourself. And once you can go out by yourself and have fun by yourself, a whole night out by yourself, Don't approach any girls. In the beginning, you're probably not going to approach any girls, or you're probably not going to attract that many girls because you're still going to be caught in the game loop, you know? But go out by yourself and just have fun without needing any girls to fucking give you their number or give you attraction or anything. Literally just go out and have fun on your own and generate your own feel good energy. If you can't do that, if when you try to go out, this is most likely what's going to happen. If you're stuck in game, okay, and you need fucking reassurance, you're caught in a validation loop, you know? When you go out and just try to have fun by yourself, you're going to be thinking about shit like, everybody's looking at, what everybody is doing, everybody's hanging out, and I'm not talking to anybody. I need to be in a set, or I'm gonna look like a loner, I'm gonna look weird. What is everybody else doing? You know what I mean? I need to talk to a girl. Or you're gonna see a girl that you like, and you're gonna be like, you're not gonna be able to just go approach her. Remember, I believe it was you, Bill, when you were asking me, how do you get in state? You know, like if you're just dropping game, how do you get yourself in state if you're not building up momentum by going set to set? And I was like, seeing the girl puts you in state. Like when you see the girl and it turns you on, she just put you in state. And now, if anything gets in the way of that, now if you start thinking about like, what's my line going to be, or how am I going to game, or how am I going to move, and you start thinking strategizing wise, it takes you out of that feeling, and you're no longer turned on because now you're putting conditions on your ability to feel good, on that turning on, how she turned you on. You're putting conditions on, you need to do these things, and then you can express your intent. You know, you can't just walk up with full intent. I can walk up with full intent, man. I can walk up with full intent because I just walk up, I say hi, I just look at her, I'm just like, what's up? And then I just look at her, what's up, what's your name? And I just look at her, and I have no, there are no conditions in my mind where I'm like, okay, I have to make sure I hold eye contact right, and I have to make sure I stand with my body correctly. I don't want to be facing her too much. I got to be leaning back. And then if she says this, I have to make sure to say something this. I got to create some tension, and I have to be mysterious. And I'm thinking all this shit. And as I'm thinking that, I'm taking myself out of state because I'm like, oh, was that mysterious enough? Was that a good enough line? Oh, I need to do a hook now. I need to do a takeaway. Oh, I'm losing her. Oh, shit, I got to get her back. I got to do a takeaway. So she leans into me and blah, 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 blah. It's taken me out of state where I can't just feel good. That's what she's attracted to. That's what's attractive to the girls. When you walk up, you're in your full intent. You put no conditions on her turning you on, and then you can just be in the energy, and it's enough. You can just feel good, and you can just stand there and be in that energy, because what happens, that naturally creates tension, and that naturally pulls the girl in towards you, even if she's not into you, even if she's not like, this is the fucking Chad of all Chads, you know what I mean? Even if she doesn't give you that reaction, she's still gonna be intrigued by you because she's gonna see, you know what she's used to. She's used to guys trying to like game her. She's used to guys having an agenda too. It also allows me to need absolutely nothing from the girl, and I can just walk away and be like, oh, all right, whatever. And I still feel good. Whether she fucking is into me or not, I still feel good when I walk away because I'm grounded in my energy. The only thing you need her for, because this is the constant question that I see. It's like, what do you even need girls for? They contribute nothing to society or whatever the fuck like that. That stupid shit. It's like, we are turned on by girls. Like there's just another level that we hit. You can't be turned on like when a fucking hot girl or a girl that you're attracted to is in your space and you're just into her. It just turns you on and it puts you in a different fucking level than if you're by yourself. I don't give a fuck if you're fucking Brad Pitt or some fucking super giga Chad. You know what I mean? It's like when you see a girl that you like, it turns you on and it puts you in an energy that you can only achieve with her. And it's the same for the girl. And when you start putting conditions on it, it takes her out of it because then it throws her into her girl game. And she'll feel that you're not in your full energy. Like this is all fucking subconscious. She'll feel that you're gaming her or that you're trying to game her in some way. And she's going to be like, oh, this is what we're doing. And she's going to fall into game mode too. And then, yes, if that happens, you need to do a push pull. You need to fucking maintain tension. You need to do blah, 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 you know? But when that doesn't matter, you can just walk up, own it, state your intent, look at her. She's going to feel that you need nothing and you just feel good and that's enough. And then you're turned on by her, and you being turned on by her and being able to stay in that tension and express your intent is going to intrigue her, and she's going to automatically be attracted to you. If she doesn't like this, then she's going to start to game you. Then she's going to start to game you because she's going to be like, something is different about this guy. This guy doesn't need anything from me. He's not asking me for my number. He's not trying to He's not a creep trying to touch me. He's complete like she's gonna feel that you're just completely comfortable in feeling good and in being turned on by her. And she's gonna be like, oh, most guys aren't like this. And she's just gonna be like, what's up with this guy? And she's gonna try to throw out some fucking little bait to see if she can get you to break your frame, to see if it's an act. She's gonna test it, subconsciously. She's just automatically gonna do it. I mean, anybody would do it. If somebody walked up to you and they were just super confident, you'd be like, what's up with this dude or this person? Why are they so confident? Like, what's up? Do they want something from me? What's up? Like, are they trying to, and you're naturally going to be like, you're going to be intrigued by just how grounded they are in their own energy, and just being so grounded in your energy and just so in your own shit feels like confidence to other people. You're really not being confident, but it's just the fact that you can own a feeling without putting conditions on it. That feels like confidence. It's insane. Even the way that I'm talking to you guys now, if I was needy in any way, you guys would pick up on it immediately. If I was like, please, guys, hey, guys, I hope you guys are liking what I'm saying. If I had any kind of energy like that, if I had any kind of uncertainty and I needed you guys to reassure me in any way, I could be saying the exact same shit. And you would be like, this guy's a fucking sucker. This guy's fucking cheesy. This guy's fucking off. You know what I mean? And I can see that. I can see that now when guys are fucking, they're like red pilled and they're trying to game super hard and they're trying to explain the way that shit works. I could just be like, damn, this guy's trying so hard and they're so certain about what they're saying, but they're so fucking wrong because you don't need all these things to attract a girl. That's the classic red pill thing where it's like, women want men that have these features, and when you have these qualities, then she'll like you. So get your fucking money right, get your looks right, get your all these things right. And once you get those things right, now because you've worked so hard, now all the girls are gonna like you because you've met these conditions that you need to meet, and then you can just like start banging a bunch of chicks. You don't have to be loyal to any one girl because you got to work hard. You got to work hard to get the attraction from the girls, and it's like, dude, you didn't have to do any of that. I'm living fucking proof, dude. I actually laugh. I laugh because I still watch the content. It's still entertaining to me. I like watching people argue about it and shit. By the way, the only guys that I think, I've said it before, the only guys that really come to mind right now that are like on that level, maybe Michael Sartain, Sartain and Rolo on Access Vegas, maybe them. I haven't really watched any of their shit since I've had my awakening. But from what I can remember, they're really the only guys that get it, they know what I'm talking about. From what I remember, they're making fun of the same shit that I make fun of. Like, if I had a fucking podcast, bro, with a panel of chicks, mine would be completely the opposite. Mine would be completely unique because I would be talking about this shit and nobody is talking about this shit. The very few of you that are catching this, I think I'm getting like 20 views a fucking stream. You guys are in a very, very, I literally have not seen a single person that is talking about this shit like I am. It probably does come off a bit vague. I can tell by the question you guys ask sometimes where it's like, this dude is saying to do nothing, but you have to do something. What do you mean do nothing? It probably sounds like I'm just saying do nothing and it'll work. It's like, no, you're not doing nothing, bro. You're just being in that you're just not putting conditions on yourself. That's all that you're doing. You're doing nothing in the sense that you're not putting conditions on yourself before you can allow yourself to just be in that feel good energy, to just be in. Okay. Okay. Well, I would agree that going direct, I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, Michael does talk a lot about pre-selection and social circle game, which I don't disagree with. But yeah, that makes me just think you're right, man. You're right. And that just makes me think even more that like I'm just really on this. And at the same time, though, I will say that these guys are actually out there trying to sell products. I'm not. So me knowing what I know, bros, if I really wanted to, like, I guess, cash in on this, I would go into It's a good question. Yeah, this is what I'm going to talk about in this stream. Actually, we should get to it, bros. Sorry, because this is going to get really long if I just start fucking ranting like I normally do. But I'll explain this. You still game in the sense like game just becomes you just fucking around with girls and building tension. That's what game becomes. You just build tension with chicks, but you allow them to fucking game you. It's like, I know that sounds crazy. Where it's like, how do you get them to game you? You know what I mean? It's like you just walk in confidently. You put no conditions on feeling good. You just are in your energy and you're perfectly fine if they like it or if they don't. Like if they're into you or they're not, they're still going to feel your pull because as I've been saying, you'll put no conditions on feeling good in set. And they're just going to be like, why is this guy so confident? When you're really not being confident, you're just not putting conditions on the set. You're just like, I'm just going to go in there. I'm going to say hi. I'm going to look at her. And then I'm going to see what she does. And then I'm just going to be, and then the moment she speaks, she's gaming you because she's trying to figure out how you're so fucking confident. And you can fuck with her at this point and fucking throw jabs at her, go back to what you're doing. This is why I said you have to be able to go out and feel good by yourself and have a whole night by yourself, needing no validation from any girls or have you have to be able to go out completely by yourself for a whole night and not need anything to feel good. If you cannot do that, if you cannot just go out and have fun by yourself without looking at what everybody else is doing and what everybody else thinks of you and trying to like, I need to get a girl to like me before I can feel good about myself. If you can't do that, then what I'm saying right now sounds fucking like sounds like I'm fucking, I don't know what it sounds like. It sounds like impossible. You know what I mean? It's like until you can do that. And I would say to Sartain, if Sartain was here and was like, women are attracted to intent. Yes, they are, but it's nonverbal intent. I agree if you come up and you're like, hey, bitch, I want to fuck. Yes. Hey, bitch, hey, girl, I thought you were so hot. What's up, girl? Like, I mean, I think I could say that. That's high risk, high reward, you know, but I think I could say that. And it's just how you look. It's just in your energy, bro. If I said that, I was like, what's up, girl? Damn, girl, you look good. You know what I mean? But then I was like waiting for her to validate it. She would feel it. It would be in my, like, hey, what's up, girl? You look good. Like if I was kind of like leaning into her like that, like waiting for her to validate me, she's going to feel it. And she's going to be like, I don't like guys when they do that. They're too creepy. But if I were to say it, just be like, what's up, girl? Damn, girl, you look good. And then I just look at her. She's going to like test it. She's going to be like, oh, that was really confident, but let me see if it's real, you know, and she's going to throw some jab at you to see how, or she's going to like turn her back. She's going to be like, ew, whatever. She'll walk away. Let's say she does that. Ew, I'm not attracted to you. Right. And then you walk, and then she walks away. It's still going to be on her mind. She's still going to be like, damn, that was really confident that he did that, you know? Maybe she'll be like, oh, that was really creepy. Maybe she'll try to brainwash herself, but she's going to be thinking about you. You're going to leave that tension inside of her. And then she'll look at you the rest of the night and she'll be like, that's the guy that walked up to me and just didn't give a fuck. And she's going to be intrigued by you. And that's what's going to create attraction. And that's how she's going to start to game you when she's like, why is he so confident? How can he just, especially, this is important. This is why it's so important that you're able to feel good on your own. So like I was saying with that girl, that she would come to me, she would game me a little bit, she would leave, go talk to everybody else at the bar 20, 30 minutes, then she'd come back, she'd game me a little more and blah, blah. She was going back and forth like that. She was hot colding me. You don't think she was looking at me while she was fucking hopping around? You know, I wasn't even looking at her because I was playing pool, you know, but you know, she was looking at me. And when she sees me just like in my own energy, she's like, yeah, he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't need anybody. He's not like, he doesn't need shit. And if you walk up to a girl with mad intent, she's going to be watching you throughout the night, especially if you're talking to other girls. And then, bros, you have to be able to feel good on your own. Okay. So if you're putting conditions on shit you need to happen before you can just feel good, it's going to come across in your communication and it's not going to work because when the girl's looking at you, she's going to see that you're a tryhard, you know? Okay. I wish one of you guys could just go out with me. You know, I wish you guys, hey, let's go out. You guys could just go out with me and see, man. Because it looks like I'm doing nothing. I mean, I kind of am, but all I'm doing is just not putting conditions on myself. And I'm just allowing myself to fucking feel what I'm feeling. Okay. Without needing anything from anybody to feel it or permission in any way. I'm assuming you guys can see. Can you guys see the screen? It should say Patrice O'Neal. Women love anything that has a sense of belonging. I mean, whether you can see it or not, you really don't need to see the image, but I'm going to play what Patrice says because I was listening to this before I came on here, and Patrice is saying good shit, but he's still stuck in the validation loop, and I will discuss how.
How you say? Approach a girl occasionally, or actually semi-oftenly, the girl gets kind of like the creepy vibe, and like gives her friends like the help me eyes, and like, is there any good ways to kind of avoid that if you're kind of an eccentric guy? Ways to kind of like approach a girl and.
Okay. Before he gives his answer, this guy is saying, you know, the girl is creeped out and she's giving me the fucking save me eyes. That's because if she's doing that if I saw that happening, I would be like, oh, that guy is coming in. She's not interested, but the guy is stuck in a validation loop or in game mode, and he's not able to pick up on her signals. So he's still pushing game on her. and not giving her the space to step into his space. So he'd be like, hey, what's up, girl? Hey, what are you doing, girl? What's up with this, girl? I like your dress, girl. Hey, I don't know if you guys have ever gotten like in a talk loop where you feel like you have to keep talking or you're going to lose the set and shit like that. He's probably talking about that shit where the guy can't, that's what makes a creep. When he can't pick up on the girl's signals, he's all up in her space. He's very agenda fucking oriented. So this is when the girl's gonna give the save me eyes, or and of course we all know that most girls don't like conflict and they try to make everything nice because you know girls are wonderful like that. So they try to keep things nice and friendly and everything all the time. So she's not gonna be as direct with you. She's gonna have non-verbal cues and she's gonna expect for you. No, an agenda I mean is like you're trying to get something from the girl rather than just being, you know, meaning that I'm trying to push an agenda would mean that, like I just said, that I'm not paying attention to her signals. I'm just coming up, spitting game at her to produce a result. I'm not allowing things to just happen. So yes, what if you approach, okay, the fact that you approach, man, I know guys have said that you lose your power when you approach. It's the opposite. You actually gain status when you approach because you had the confidence to approach. Now, if you're coming from a needy frame, yes, you're losing power because you're putting in effort and she's not. And you're starting with you putting in effort and you have to try to balance out the power dynamics where you're putting in less effort than her and it causes her to chase to get her power back, to get her validation back. In that scenario, if you're thinking like that, yes, you're coming in with you're going to lose power. However, if you're coming in feeling good on your own, like you don't need anything from the good to feel anything from the girl to feel good, putting no conditions on allowing yourself to feel good, and you're turned on by her. Like I said, you're turned on by her. So you walk up, she's gonna feel that you're turned on because you're putting no conditions on that feeling. So that feeling can just naturally come out. Okay. It's like when you see your buddies, man. When you see your buddies, are you thinking like, oh no, I need to say something funny so they'll like me? Or if you see your buddy's walking up like, oh, he's gonna try to game me now. They just walk up and they're just like, this is just how I feel. And they just start, you guys just start fucking around. There are no conditions put on your guys' ability to feel good. And you actually expand your energy together. You actually get more out of it. You create a charge together. It's the same thing with the girl. If you walk up, you can express your intent, you know, just be like, what's up? Hey, I'm Catch. How's it going? And then you can just look at her. You then wait. You then wait to see what she says. You have to, because if you do not wait, if you keep fucking talking, I mean, isn't it to say you could never talk? I mean, maybe you could walk up and be like, hey, what's up? Maybe like she can't hear you right, so you have to repeat yourself or something. But like once she's heard you, okay, once you're like, what's up? My name is blah, blah, blah. I just wanted to meet you. What's going on? And then you just look at her and you create that vacuum, as Mystery would call it. You create the vacuum. Once she starts speaking to you, she is gaming you now. She is 100% gaming you. And you're not coming in with an agenda. You're coming in with intent. An agenda is different. An agenda is where you're like not even paying attention to what she's doing. You're trying to manipulate the situation to get a result, blah, blah, blah. Nope. That's not what I'm doing. That's not what we're doing. If, you know, we're just being ourselves. It's like when you walk up with your buddies. If you walk up to your buddy at the supermarket and he didn't see you and you're like, hey, what's up? Are you walking up with an agenda? You know what I mean? You're not. I mean, you're walking up with the intention to talk to your buddy and see how he's doing, you know, but you're not walking up with an agenda, you know, and you're walking up to your buddy and be like, hey, what's up, man? And then if he doesn't say anything, you're not going to like start to be like, oh no, how can I get him to talk to me? You're not going to fall into, you're also not going to put conditions on like, I can't feel good with my friend unless he says hi to me back within a few seconds. You get what I'm saying? You have no agenda. You're just walking up, just doing what you're doing. Okay. So that's what the guy is talking about. He's like, you know, the girl's giving the save me eyes and shit like that. It's because the guy is not picking up on her nonverbal cues. And that's super creepy to girls. It's super creepy to me, dudes. I get creeped out by people all the fucking time, man.
Start interaction without getting that vibe going.
Here's I'm taking salsa classes, and there's a dude in there that's like real creepy.
Okay.
Right? And
But creepy how? Like explain
like
creepy.
he's a nice dude, but he just is kind of, his hair kind of sweeps to the side. He's just like a creepy dude.
Creepy
like,
looking.
Yeah, he's creepy, but he's creepy.
Can I say something real quick?
Uncomfortable in his.
Okay, so what he's saying here, he's like, this dude sweeps his head to the side, because I could sweep my head to the side, you all could sweep your head to the side, and it's not creepy. But when this guy does it, if he's telling me it's creepy, it's because He's in this energy where he's trying to be like, oh, how can I get what I want out of it? How can I extract what I want from this other human? And every little movement has like a pulling energy to it. You know what I mean? Him leaning his head to the side is like when he's thinking about like, I want to get this girl. You know what I mean? And he's strategizing, and he cannot, and he needs the girls to like him, and he's trying to get the girls rather than just like he's having fun at the salsa class, and he's having fun. He's dancing with the girls, whatever. And then when he's not dancing with the girls, he's just kind of chilling. He's talking to everybody. He doesn't need anything from anyone. He doesn't need the girls to like him. Then him doing these little like funny movements wouldn't be creepy. But because he has this energy where he's like trying to like weasel his way in, every little fucking movement that he does is creepy as fuck. That's what he's talking about. That's why he can't quite verbalize what he's trying to say, but what he's saying is this guy has a fucking needy energy, and he has an agenda while he's there, so it's creeping out the girls. And it's fucking, believe me, when think of it like this. Think of it like you're hanging out with your boys, all right? You're hanging out with a group of people that you know, and then somebody walks into the circle and they introduce themselves. You know, like, hey, sometimes this happens when you're out. You'll be out and there'll be some social person walking around, you know, and they'll start talking with you guys. Like if you go to the language exchanges, I go to a lot of language exchanges when I'm traveling, and sometimes people are just walking around talking to everybody. If somebody walks into a group that you're in, you can feel it if there's something that they want from you guys. Like if some guy's trying to scam you, let's say somebody calls you on the phone and they're trying to scam you, and you pick up on that energy where they're trying to like fucking trick you or trying to get you to do what fucking they want. And everything that they're doing at that point becomes just like, it becomes off, you know? You can just feel like there's something off with this dude, you know? Like you don't pay attention to them for a second and they're just kind of standing there staring at you. Like they can't like take their eyes off you. They can't just allow attention to sit. They can't allow for silence. Like they're constantly reaching. It's because they have an agenda and because they're trying to like, they need you to like them so they can feel good about themselves. They're putting conditions on their ability to feel good. That's what he's
Can
talking
I
about.
say something real quick to Lord Westfall? See, that's
Yeah.
that name thing that Lord Westfall is. He's trying his best to have. Let me
trying to
wait.
be
Time
cool
out.
with
Time
her.
out.
All right.
Time out. Let me try to get in his head so he understands what he's doing when he calls himself Lord Westfall. What are you doing, sir, when you call yourself Lord Westfall? What are you doing for your own inner person?
Self-esteem.
Well, I didn't want to use my real name.
But I know, but it lifts
Yeah.
Lord Westfall as your
Speaks.
screen
Answer your
name.
question in a
Kind
second,
of
Will.
it ups your confidence a little bit, doesn't it? See, what I'm
Yeah.
trying to get at is that Lord Westfall, you need to take what you're trying to do in terms of calling yourself Lord Westfall and bring it to how you are inside. Walk around like you're Lord Westfall. Be in a
Okay, I'll answer you in a second, Bill. I want to make sure I respond to the video. So this shit he's talking about, be Lord Westfall and just walk around like you're Lord Westfall. He's talking about what I'm saying. He's like, just feel good in your fucking energy. Like the Lord Westfall energy, that's the guy's like energy that's I mean, what's really happened, this guy can't just use his actual name because he thinks he's not good enough. So he's created this alter ego of Lord Westfall so he can show up through that fucking archetype. And then if it gets rejected or it gets any shit thrown at it, the archetype gets fucking rejected and not him. It's an armor that he's showing up with. And what Patrice is telling him is like, listen, drop the fucking gimmick and literally just show up as that guy. Like just whatever boost or confidence showing up as Lord Westfall gives you, drop Lord Westfall and show up as yourself. Okay, that's what he's saying. Okay, how do you close if you are doing nothing? Like you have to ask in some form. I mean, yeah, but like I said, if you're thinking like that, then you cannot just sit in the tension. You know, like brothers, it's gonna happen naturally. If the girl likes you, like I'm saying, she's gonna start to game you. Okay, you're gonna walk up. She's gonna be intrigued by your energy. She's gonna start jabbing at you. You know what I mean? And then you're just gonna. When we go over the Rick H video, I guess you could focus on fucking with her and building tension. I mean, I do it for fun. I don't really do it to get a result. It's like you really have to not be looking for a result, dude. You have to be able to just like have fun with her, and she on her own is gonna fucking initiate with you. Like she's, you know, girls do this thing when they like you. They make themselves available to you so you can fucking take it. You know, she's gonna start doing that. She's gonna start like rubbing against you. Yeah, you could say that, man. Yeah, yeah. It's the same as being in a flow state. but you're taking yourself out of a flow state if you're thinking like, how am I going to close her? If you're thinking ahead of what's going on, you know, this is what's causing you to worry about what if she gives me a rejection, or how do I close her at the end of the night? Like all these things you're asking about, which they're valid questions. I'm not talking shit about your questions, but I'm saying you're strategizing. Like you cannot just feel good. Like you're putting conditions on your ability to feel good. You just walk up and feel good, and she's going to be intrigued by that. It's going to have a natural pull to it, and she's going to start gaming you. And then you obviously you notice windows. I'm not saying don't like notice when she does. She gives you openings, and when she gives you an opening, take the opening if you feel like it. You know what I mean? But it's like she's gonna give you signals, bros. But she's not gonna be able to do that until you can hold your own fucking energy. If you can't hold your own energy and you're trying to game and you're thinking ahead and you're being like, I'm gonna need a line to handle shit tests and stuff, you're putting conditions on your ability to feel good. And you're gonna become incongruent. You know, when no one talks about congruence and intent and all that, that's how you do it. It's just good enough. The intent itself is good enough. Whatever you said, whatever you're feeling, whatever you say in that moment is good enough. And not doing anything where you're reaching for a reaction. And like I'm telling you, it just becomes she's gaming you, bros. I hope that answers your question, Bill. I'm trying to get you to drop game, bro. That's what I'm doing, you know? Like that's all that it is. You just got to drop game. Okay? But before you can drop game, you have to see it, you know? You have to see how it's manifesting in your communications. And I'm not talking shit about you, but these questions that you're asking, they're manifesting like you're in a game loop. Like you're thinking too much about how to game the girl. You're enough, bro. You're enough. And some girls are not going to like you. It doesn't matter. You can still feel good. Just feel good in your own energy. They're all going to be attracted to you once you get this energy down, you know? They're going to feel that tension. I mean, all attraction is a tension between you two, and the tension creates the attraction. You know, when girls are like, oh, the relationships stale out and they're not exciting anymore. They're talking about there's no tension in the relationship. When they're like, I like bad boys because bad boys bring tension, because bad boys are in their own energy. They don't give a fuck about the girl. They do whatever the fuck they want. And then the girl throws themselves at them. And then the guy sees that window of opportunity and he fucking bangs him. You know, he bangs him in the fucking bathroom or whatever. I've had a few girls try to do that with me. You know, it's just like these things just happen. You don't create them. I've heard Owen say in a few videos like, you know, don't ask me to do some opener or something, some crazy story that he talked about. He's like, I can't recreate it. It just happens on its own. All you really start doing, bro, when you drop game is you just become aware of how the girl is gaming you and you fuck with her. You know, and you just hold tension. I'm gonna get to it. Let me finish this video. When I start talking about Rick H, and he'll be explaining it, you'll see what I'm talking about. Rick H is probably the guy I've heard explain this shit the best.
Complete bullshit days, like almost be retardedly confident. Just like you're retardedly unconfident, you be
exactly retardedly confident, almost delusional. Because it's gonna look delusional to people that are like I was saying with me. Okay, I'm an old dude. I'm short. I'm broke as fuck, and I can still walk up completely confident and just spit game and be fully present with girls. While all these guys that are gonna be talking shit about me they're gonna be like, that guy would never get a girl. They're focused on he doesn't have these conditions met, therefore the girls will not be attracted to him. Where attraction does not work like that. Attraction works based on tension, and we create tension by not needing shit from the girl because she's so used to every single guy walking up with an agenda. And we do not do that. We just walk up and we just feel good, and we don't give a fuck what she does or what happens. We're gonna feel good no matter fucking what. And we're gonna be retardedly fucking confident, meaning no conditions are gonna affect our ability to feel good. So, I mean, let's not get too extreme. You can't be a smelly homeless dude. You know what I mean? Like there are limits to this shit. You know, maybe you can. I don't know. I've never been to that level, but you still need to have your hygiene. Still need to like, you know what I mean? You have to just be still like a functional human being and like respect yourself, you know? But because if you're homeless and shit, you don't respect yourself. You truly are a loser. You're not grinding. That in and of itself, no matter how delusional you are, it just isn't attractive in and of itself, you know? But if you're doing basic stuff, you have good hygiene, you're taking good care of yourself, you're doing stuff for yourself, and you come up with a healthy presentation of yourself, then you can show up like needing nothing because you've handled your own things that you need for yourself, you know? And that's going to be intriguing to these chicks, man. That's going to be super fucking intriguing. That's why you can, I don't know if you've ever watched like a game video and maybe you're not even keeping track of what the guy is saying when he's spitting knowledge, but you just can't stop listening to him. You know what I mean? It's because he's just feels so good in his energy and what he's saying, and he doesn't need you to like it at all, that it intrigues you. And you're trying to figure out like what he's saying because you're trying to get a sense of like, I got to get whatever this guy's on, you know, like this guy feels great. He might even be saying shit you already think, but because he said it, there's just something about the way that he says it. And the difference between how he says it and maybe how you say it is he doesn't need anything to believe in it or to believe in himself or to feel good within himself as he's saying it. You know, he has no doubt. He has no insecurity. He's fully grounded in his own energy. Okay, let's
ridiculously confident. I'm telling you, bitches will react,
and they'll think you're eccentric instead of creepy.
I'm too confident almost.
Here's what you make girls think. You make girls think. I'm telling you, dude, and this is coming from a fat dude. I fucking get bitches easy because
exactly a fat fucking old fucking dude. Okay, pulling fucking chicks. And there are good-looking guys. I don't know if you guys have heard of this guy Clavicular. I've seen some of his shit come up on my X feed, and I'll be like, some of the girls that he pulls are like mid as fuck girls. Nothing against the girls, but they're just mid as fuck. You know what I mean? I'm like, this dude can't get banging ass chick. Like, and you know, he's always talking about his face looking good and shit like that. Like, he's probably when he's in set thinking about how his face looks, and when before he goes out to game, he's probably like super fucking like caring about how his fucking face looks. You know what I mean? And it's like he should be pulling much hotter bitches. At least the girls that I've seen that he's pulling in the video, I've seen like 2 videos of his pop up. He's not really pulling dime pieces. I bet you Patrice O'Neal could outgame that dude 100%. Patrice O'Neal could run circles around him. Owen could fucking run. Jeffy, like any of the like major Sartain, you know. Those dudes could run circles around that dude, and he's objectively more good looking. I could fucking outgame that dude. You get what I'm saying? It's just like because he's caught in this is like what Patrice is saying. When you're able to transcend putting conditions on your ability to just be and allow yourself to feel good, you can do anything. The girl is gonna fucking lean into you.
I give him no choice but to fucking like me. I make them think being with a fat motherfucker is the shit. You understand what I'm saying? So when you do the Lord Westfall, what would you call it? Your alter ego. When you do the Lord Westfall shit, you do that inside and walk around like bitch, being creepy. She's fat. Look at that.
It's juicy.
Nigga,
I love my fucking ass.
Look at his ass right here. That's a fat ass.
I said I would fuck Leah.
But that's what I'm saying. Point. But those are the fucking those. She's not even a cutoff point. She got 30 more pounds she can have.
She's.
You see how he said he would fuck her, and it wasn't creepy how he said it. He just said what he thought, and he didn't need anything from her. He was just like, "Yeah, I'd fuck her." Yeah, okay. As opposed to like, "Yeah, I'd fuck this shit out of her." That's creepy. There's a difference there.
Got a waist. She's got hips.
You niggas don't know what you're talking about. You making me sick, the midget motherfucker.
It's a press. But listen,
Lord, I'm sorry. We love Lord for a minute, but Leah got up and the chair. I knew she got up because the chair said, "God damn, good looking out, bitch. I hope you got a pee." Matter of fact, I hope you got a shit. Go put some of that pressure on the toilet. Damn.
You love it.
Oh my God. You rippy butt. Hey, Lord, I'm sorry, dude. Listen.
Yeah, he's saying stupid shit. He doesn't give a fuck. He's just saying whatever the fuck he's thinking. And the girl likes it. You can tell she's like, oh yeah, whatever. Like, she's just into the fucking vibe. The flow state you're talking about, Bill, is vibe. Okay? Just like you have a vibe. And the way you have a vibe is you're just yourself, you know? Just like you laugh. I always think it's like, I will say that laughing at your own jokes can be cringe unless you genuinely are laughing at your own jokes. as opposed to if you're laughing at your own jokes to break the tension. There's a difference. You just got to be in your own energy.
Man, I'm telling you, because it's easy. I've done it my whole life. Because you learn it in high school. You learn it in high school because one thing you got to understand deep inside, you got to understand this. Women ain't like us. You're looking at yourself like, holy shit, if I was a creepy bitch, I wouldn't fuck me. But women love anything that has a sense of belonging to it. You can convince a bitch. You see that show, that dumb
Confident.
show on WB? The fucking geeks and the creeps and the geeks.
Yeah.
Them bitches begin.
Sense of belonging, as in you don't need anything. You belong to yourself. I hope you guys are picking up on it. You know what I mean? I know it sounds very vague, but it's just like this fucking monster that you've created where you need to learn all this game so girls will like you. You need to do all these things so girls will like you. That is precisely what's preventing you. That's preventing the girls from liking you. This is why girls that pick up on this, so it's crazy because in the beginning, all right, that's enough of that video, by the way. And we're gonna go to the Rick Age of this. In the beginning, when you first start to game, you know, this happens to a lot of guys. In the beginning, when you first start to game, it's like you're just trying to have a conversation with the girl. You're just trying to get girls to like you. You're coming from a very like meek frame, very apologetic and not trying to invade their space, but you like them. And it's, you know, the girls will be like, oh, it's so sweet. He's the way he's trying to game me, you know, it's so sweet. And the girls will pick up on this. The girls will pick up on this. Sometimes they like you. There's something about you, they just like you. They can see your little energy beneath this little shell that you're showing up in where you're all scared. You're like, hey, I just wanted to say hi. Sorry to bother you. I just wanted to say hi. You're so pretty. I just want to say hi. Hi, I'm Kat. Hey, I just wanted to meet you. That's all. I hope I'm not bothering you. I hope I'm not bothering you. How are you doing today? Are you having a good day? You know, you're walking up like that. Some girls are gonna be like, get this fucking guy away from me. But some girls are gonna be like, oh, that's sweet. You know, I need to be nice to him. It's like a little puppy walking up to them or something. You're in these beginning stages, you know, like, oh, that's nice. And then they're gonna be like, he needs to, you know, they're gonna validate you. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, I like it. Oh, my day is going like this and whatever, you know. And maybe they just like you, whatever it is about your look. They can see past your little fear that you have, and they just want to give you a shot, you know. And they're gonna game you by validating you because they know that's what you need. As your game gets better, and you're not showing up like with this fucking protective shell around you because you're scared, and you're able to own your energy more and more and more. As your game gets good, girls aren't nice to you anymore, and they're not going to validate you anymore. They're going to fucking test your frame. Okay? It's better though because they're turned on. In the beginning one where you're all like fucking meek and they're being nice to you because they don't want to be mean to you and they want to encourage you to keep trying or whatever, they might be, you know, into you. They might be attracted to you in the sense that they're like, I want to be nice to this guy. You know, I don't want to be mean. They might just be genuinely nice girls, you know, and they might just genuinely like you for whatever reason beyond like the way that you're presenting yourself. So they you know what they're liking. They're liking that you had the boldness to approach, even though your approach is mad weak. They're just like, well, he's trying, and I appreciate the guy trying, you know, and you're validating them, and it's like, oh, that's sweet, you know. So they're gonna validate you because they're just nice girls. And as I said, as your game gets better, they get fucking mean, bro. It's like, and they don't even get mean in the sense like they're gonna be like, fuck you or anything like that. They just get very cold with validating you in any way. Like they basically don't validate you at all. They do not validate you at all. They'll just start being like, what's up with this guy? You know, they'll kind of have that energy to them. And then once they pick up on that, you don't give a fuck. They're gonna naturally start like touching you. They're gonna start laughing at your jokes because they're gonna be like intrigued by it, and they're gonna be like, whoa, oh yeah, how does he not care? He doesn't give a fuck. He just does whatever he wants. He probably fucks all kinds of girls, and they start thinking shit like that. And if you're, like I said, you have a look to you, your presentation's on point, the way that you express yourself is fully in line with who you are, and you have like this whole vibe to you, and you're in a flow state, as Bill was saying, they're going to be intrigued by that, and it's different. You know what I mean? The thing is, you see in the beginning, they'll be nice to you and they'll game you a little bit. They'll validate you to encourage you. And then when your game actually gets good, they'll encourage you by, push pulling you, going away, coming back, leaning into you, touching you, like creating a tension with you and like leaning into that tension and being intrigued by you. And it'll happen like that. When you're in the middle, when you're in pickup purgatory, in the middle, where you're not you're not like a nice guy that's being all apologetic, but you're not quite finished. You're not quite like where you don't need anything from them. You're gonna walk up, and because you have game in your back pocket, it's gonna give you the confidence to walk up, or you have looks, money, or status, or whatever, You're gonna have the confidence to walk up. So you're gonna look like the guy that doesn't give a fuck because you're gonna have the same level of grounding in your own frame. Okay. But you're not really there yet. You're using game. You're using game to project yourself this way. You're not actually confident without the game. You're gonna walk up with this fucking structure to protect you, and then she's gonna be like, "Oh wow, this guy's super confident," and she's gonna do the same shit where she's gonna like push, pull you, test you, go cold on you, go talk to other guys, blah blah blah. But because you are in the middle, you haven't transcended the game yet. You're gonna keep trying to game her. She's gonna be like, "Oh, he's not really that guy." So do you see how the female game works? They're gonna basically expose that you need game because you're not confident without it. They're gonna be like, "Oh, every time I leave, he chases me. Every time I give him shit, he feels the need to say this answer, And like they're not gonna validate you because you're not the fucking nice guy that's sweet and just like trying his best, and you're not the actual guy that doesn't need fucking shit from her. You're just the guy presenting yourself like the guy that doesn't need shit from her, and she's gonna expose it because it's gonna eventually come out in your needy behaviors and you're strategizing and you being like, "Oh, well, how can I do the next thing?" And you maybe even like it's just super obvious when you're trying to game her. Anyway, okay, so let's watch the Rick H video. Yeah, it is super interesting how in the beginning they'll date you, and then when you actually transcend game, they'll test you, and then they'll feel validated by you when, like in the beginning, they'll validate you, and then when your game gets good, they'll feel validated by you. But when you're in the middle, they're gonna see that you're trying to get validation from them. It's so crazy. Like they're mean when your shit is good, and when your shit is not good, they're nice. But when you're working on your shit to get to the higher shit, they're gonna be ruthless and completely fucking destroy you. And then even the girls that I got when I was learning game was from just a girl like me, and she forgave all my stupid game bullshit I was doing, and she just wanted to fuck, and she just like gave into it. But there was never any real like, you know what I mean? There was never any real like tension there. She was just like, whatever, I don't care. I'm gonna fuck him because I like him.
Started off this game just looking for a girl, and I got out there and I realized there are many girls. So then after I started talking to all these girls, I started realizing, you know what? I'm looking for a type of girl. And the more I keep talking with them, I find out there are different types of different girls that are my type. There's not just one. And you know what the best part is? There are some I still haven't discovered. I just got to go get them.
Welcome to Archetypal Male Audio Class. Delivering Rick H. What is the archetype?
Okay, so I just want to remind you guys, I made this video when I was still caught in a validation loop. But I will tell you what I meant in the beginning. In the beginning, I was just saying that, remember, I was saying too, like game becomes just like pumping yourself up. Like you have to pump yourself up to even go game in the beginning because you're trying to run away from rejection. I was constantly trying to think of like ahead and strategize. And it's exhausting having to always think, having to prepare myself for rejection because I'm like putting myself on the line. And it feels like I'm putting myself on the line because I'm in a frame where I need validation from the girl to feel good. I'm putting conditions on my ability to feel good. And me saying that in the beginning is one of those things that I would think to get myself up for it, to get around this problem that I was having where I felt drained by having to constantly be staying on point with my game. It's like, whatever. And then what I'm basically saying is like, if you're not out there gaming, you're not going to meet those girls that you're going to meet. And until you're out there, you don't even know that they're out there yet. She's like, whoever your future wife is, she's chilling somewhere right now, dudes. She's somewhere doing something and she's just existing fucking right now. and you'll never meet her if you don't go up and talk with her when you fucking see her, you know? And there are many girls you're gonna have many flings with and adventures with. You are not gonna have those flings with them until you go and put yourself somewhere where you can fucking meet them. That's all but you see how I'm saying shit like that? Because back then I would say shit like that to myself to pump myself up. That's why I started the video with it, because it's like a little motivator at the beginning of the video. All right, but let's get this is Rick H on the fucking left here. And then Brent Smith is the guy with the glasses in the back.
Male.
The strong, classic male figure.
Classic male figure. That's Rick talking.
This soft, passive, more female-like male is actually the exact opposite of what's effective. What you've seen as a result is men begging for
this soft, feminine male, right? He's about to say what you're seeing our result are these feminine men begging for pussy, basically. What does that sound like, dudes? It sounds like somebody that needs validation from women to feel good when they're around them.
Exact opposite of what's effective. What you've seen as a result is men begging for the attention of women and women being able to take complete advantage. There's a huge difference between what women might say they want and what they actually react to. There's a lot of guys out.
Okay, so they're going to take complete advantage of that. Do you guys see how when you're in validation seeking mode, the girl's going to pick up on it? That she is controlling your ability to feel good. Subconsciously, she's probably not going to fucking think this. But she's going to pick up that when I give him attention, when I touch him, whatever the fuck, his mood goes up. And when I take attention away, he gets more aggressive and starts leaning into me more, and he starts being a dick or whatever. And it's like, they're going to be like, oh, I'm in control. He gets butthurt. You know what I mean? That's one of those things too. When chicks start arguments with you, this is why you don't react. You know, naturally, if you're in a validation seeking mode, if a girl's talking shit to you, you're going to be like, I would be like, if I'm in a validation, I used to get in arguments with my ex all the time. And I remember this would be my exact pattern. She would say some shit to fucking piss me off, like to disrespect me, essentially. And then I would be like, I can't fucking let that disrespect slide. I'm going to fucking say some shit back to this bitch. You know what I mean? Fuck her. I would think like that. That's what they can do to you. To think of that, but like on the validation seeking level, they can see that they can push your buttons, and when they can get reactions out of you based on what they do, whether they give you fucking ass or not or whatever, they're like, oh, I can control this guy. I can fucking have, this is how they get sugar daddies and shit like that. They're like, oh, I give him some attention and he's going to give me fucking rewards and like me, you know? And when I don't give him attention, he's going to get mad. And then I know if he gets mad, I'll just go suck his dick or something, you know what I mean? And then he'll fucking be back to normal and blah, blah, blah. Like, women are aware of this when you need them in any fucking way. Don't do that because it makes you come off as feminine. And the thing is, the reason he calls it feminine is because female game, they naturally are going to chase because you're the intriguing one. You're the one that carries the feel-good feelings. You're the one carrying the feel-good tension. And they're going to be trying to like fucking, they're going to be trying to fuck with it because it feels good to them. It's exciting to them to test it. And when you're unaffected by it and you don't give a fuck and it gets them all excited, now they want to fucking bone the shit out of you. You know what I mean?
Out there that are friends with these girls that they were desperately chasing, and they would do anything for her. She's always talking about how she wants a really nice guy and sitting there going, well, I'm a really nice guy. Pick me, pick me, pick me. But she never does. She picks the bad boy, the guy that doesn't.
Pick me, pick me. What is that? Validation seeking behavior. What is the bad boy? The guy that doesn't need fucking shit from her.
Care whether or not she is going to call, but she never does. She picks the bad boy, the guy that doesn't care whether or not she is going to call him or not. Because if she doesn't, somebody else will. The guy that is pulling away from her, she'll say.
Because if he doesn't, somebody else will. Why? Because girls, as I was telling you guys, you can get attraction from basically every single girl. Because when you don't need shit from her, and you don't put conditions on yourself to feel good, she's like, what's up with this guy? This guy just feels good. Why? And they have to solve the riddle. They just need to know. Not only that, it also feels good to them that you're in your own energy. That's why they're saying that guys are like islands and I think Tyler said it in the blueprint, the Choded, where it's like, the guys are like islands and girls are like these fucking boats that go around and fucking try the different islands and see which ones they like the best. That's what he's talking about. This is why they just like they don't know what it is about you. You're so intriguing. It's because you're in your own fucking vibe and you don't need shit from her.
Because if she doesn't, somebody else will. The guy that is pulling away from her, she'll say something as a test and he'll laugh at it and then just go on doing exactly what he wanted to do in the first place. You want to.
Exactly. He does whatever he wants anyway. He laughs at her stupid test. It's fucking retarded. You know why he's laughing at her? Maybe the bad boy who's a natural can't verbalize it like this, but I can verbalize it. He's laughing at her fucking shitty game. Like she's trying to game me. Look at the stupid shit that she's saying. Like that is terrible game. You know what I mean? And he can just like laugh in her face and poke fun at her. And because you're coming from a frame where you're the one that is holding the tension and you don't need anything from her, and she's the one trying to figure you out and trying to break your frame in the beginning. Listen, she's trying to break the frame for two reasons. Okay. Number one, she's trying to be like, is this guy legit? Is he trying to game me? Or is he really like this? Because she's seen tons of guys that try to pretend like they don't like her because they know it'll work on her and they're running game on her. She's seen tons of guys like that. So she's testing for that. Then once she figures out that, she gets a dope, like, oh shit, no, I think he's really just like this. Now she's intrigued and she wants to keep like pushing that button to feel that excitement and be like, oh my God, he's his own guy. Oh my God, maybe I'm going to piss him off if I say the wrong thing. Oh my God, does he like me? And she starts questioning herself and doubting herself. And then she keeps going back to you to get that reassurance that she's not wrong. There's something about you, number one. And then number two, because it's just so fucking intriguing to her that it's attractive. And that's going to get her in an excited state. And once she gets in an excited state, she's naturally going to start giving you windows of opportunity, especially when you laugh at her too, because that's another sign that you're just completely unaffected by needing anything. You're laughing at her in the sense that you know what that communicates to her, that you don't need her approval. And whatever fucking little stupid shit she's doing, you're not going to jump through that stupid hoop. You're going to be like, it's fucking stupid. What the fuck are you talking about? For instance, like I was telling you with the girl when she was like, I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. And I was like, you shouldn't be fucking smoking that shit. This shit is fucking terrible for you. And then she was like, don't fucking tell me what to do. And we got like into a little argument there. I forgot what I said after that, but I basically held my frame. I wasn't like, I don't give a fuck. Oh, I remember what I said. I was like, I'm not telling you what to do. Do whatever you want. I'm just giving you my opinion. And that's what it is. And she was like, well, don't tell me what to do. I was like, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm giving you my opinion. And that's just what it is. And then she went outside and she smoked. And then she went and fucking hung out. And then she came back and she was like, can you give me that off the table? Or whatever it was. And I gave it to her. And that put her at ease where she was like, okay, he's not trying to tell me what to do. And he's actually a nice person. And it let her go of that fucking, help her, let her ego got fucking appeased by that. But then she was still intrigued because I at no point broke fucking frame and was like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. You know what I mean? She was like, damn, this guy is his own guy and he doesn't give a fuck. I also wasn't overly aggressive. I also wasn't like, well, fuck you, bitch, because it is bad for you, you fucking dumb bitch. I didn't need her to believe what I said either. I just said what it is. And then I was just like, that's just what it is. That's just what I think. Whatever. Do whatever the fuck you're going to do. I don't need you to fucking validate it. That's just what it is. That's just what I think. And that created that tension. Okay, let's keep on.
People make the mistake of thinking that to be a bad boy, you have to be mean to women or you have to hate women. It's not true at all.
Certainly, they do want someone who's nice. They're not talking about the nice that the pursuers out there are talking about, where it's overly nice and it comes from a place of wanting.
I don't care what.
Yeah, I would say don't be a nice guy, be a good guy. So this isn't to say either you can't be fucking nice to girls, you know? You can be nice to them. You can be like, I genuinely just want to be nice to you because in this moment, what you did, I feel like being nice to you. So if the girl was just delivered a baby, you know, she just did a natural birth pregnancy and she just went and she had twins and it was her first kids and shit. I would be like, wow, that's amazing, girl. That was incredible. Good job on that. Congratulations. I can give her a compliment like that. And it comes from a legitimate place where I'm like, wow, that was awesome. That's cool. And I'm not saying it in a way where like a nice, needy guy would say, is like, if I give her a compliment, she likes it. Girls like it when you give them compliments. I'll give her a compliment and then she'll like me. Or a fucking douchebag will be like, I'm going to be mean to this chick, like a needy pickup guy. It's crazy. You go from the needy nice guy to the needy douchebag when you're the needy pickup guy and you're gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna just tell this bitch what it is, and if she tries to fucking give me resistance or counter opinion, I'm gonna make sure I fucking crush her and destroy her. You know, it becomes this whole other level where you're like, she's gonna fucking receive what I say, and she's gonna give me the reaction that I want, or fuck her. You know what I mean? There's none of that in there because you can generally just tell a girl something and be nice, or whatever the fuck you say, and it just is what it is, and you don't need her to accept it. You don't need shit. So be a good guy. And to be a good guy, you just give people compliments. You're nice to them because genuinely you're just nice to people. You understand that people care about each other. You come from, if you come from a good family, it's just like people show each other love. You have self-love, you have compassion for other people, you love others, so on and so forth. So if you're being nice from that frame, it's different. But if you're being nice from a frame where you need her to validate you, see how it's the same behavior. You see how it's just, but you need one, you need her to validate it in one. So you need her to like you want her to like you. And the other one, you don't give a fuck.
She says intellectually, if you stir her emotion, she's going to go with her emotions 100% of the time. The archetypal male is so strong.
She's going to go, I'll answer your, what's up, young man? I'll answer your question right now. She answers her question. She's going to go with her feelings 100% of the time. That's what I've been saying. If she can tell, like I've been saying, these fucking needy behaviors are going to be all in your communication because you're going to, if she doesn't react how you want, your energy is going to change. That's a humongous indicator. If this is what I was saying earlier, if you go out, you need to be able to go out, have a whole night by yourself and feel good by yourself and pump your own state by yourself. And when I say pump your own state, I don't mean bring your state up. I mean, you just keep your state where it's at, but you pump it. You're like expressing it. You're releasing it. You pump state by releasing it, you know, by express. You're just like, oh, I expressed myself. I feel good. Oh, I'm doing this now. Oh, this is cool over here. And you're just like release, release, release the whole night. And that's how you're pumping your state. Your state's not actually going up. It's just expanding. And you're just pushing the same button over and over and over. Somebody that doesn't understand that because they're coming from a lower state and they're like, I need to do these things to feel good. To them, they're pumping their state and they're elevating their state because they're starting at a deficiency. But if you're not starting at a deficiency where you need shit, then you're already good. You're already whole and full, and you're just letting it out and releasing it, and you're pumping your state that way. And that's what Rick H is talking about. Like they're going to go with their emotions 100% of the time. They're going to feel that from you. Like this guy genuinely just feels good in his body. And that's going to transfer to her and be like, wow, I can feel how good this fucking guy feels to himself. And it feels good to me. And they're like, I'm intrigued by this. I don't know if guys have ever just met people that when you're around them, it just feels good to be around them. Guys or girls, you're just like, something about this person, they just feel good to be around. You know, it's crazy. Okay, young villain, why is Rick H your favorite PUA? You know, I've always liked them because you're going to see from when he's doing as we're listening to it, I'm reacting to his shit. He just fucks with chicks. I didn't know back in the day. I can tell you now what it is. It's like he needs nothing from the girls. He's aware that the girls are intrigued by him and he can just like fucking talk shit to them and laugh at them. He's aware that the girls are trying to game him. He's aware that girls want to meet guys that feel good on their own and don't give a fuck. And he's that guy. He doesn't need anything from them. So when he walks up like that, he can walk up like boldly, but he's not really walking up boldly. He's just walking up and expressing his intent. And when he does that, the girls are intrigued. They start trying to fuck with him to see if he's like if it's legitimate or not. Because if it's not legitimate when they fuck with him, he's gonna like reach and do all these little like things where he's gonna try to get the reaction that he was trying to get. He's gonna try to salvage that and push the button again to get the reaction that he wants. So they're gonna fuck with him to see if he falls into those behaviors. And when he doesn't, and he just laughs at them or doesn't give a fuck, the girls get intrigued and they're like, no, this guy's legit. This guy doesn't give a fuck. And they start to lean into him. And that's what he's doing. He knows how to just maintain tension because he can just laugh at the girls. You're going to see throughout this whole thing. It's what he talks about. He just talks about how to maintain tension. And he's saying it from a place of not needing shit. And he's like talking shit about the guys that are like needy, validation seeking guys the whole time. And, you know, hats off to them. Maybe some of you guys that are watching this video are a needy guy in validation mode right now. I got nothing but compassion for you. But it's also funny. And I was the neediest of the needy guys, like I went through a bunch of shit myself. But now once you break out of that, you can see it. It's funny. It's like, it's so ridiculous that I had to go through that. It's so silly when you think about it, how I was just putting limits on myself and I wasn't allowing myself to just feel good. It's fucking, and then you see somebody else doing it and you're like, these needy fucking dudes are a fucking joke. You know what I mean? These fucking PUA guys are cringe. It's true. It's only cringe if you're a needy PUA guy. If you're a PUA guy that just understands female psychology and how to manage tension, then it's kind of cool. But if you're a needy one where you're doing it to push buttons to get reactions, it's fucking cringe. And people can see it a mile away, especially people that are feeling good in their own energy.
In his own identity, that the woman feels compelled to surrender to him and he's going to protect her.
There's nothing that'll ruin your relationship faster than
she's gonna feel the need to surrender to him, and because the guy is going to protect her. What is he talking about? He's talking about this feeling of feeling good that the girl wants to be around, and she's gonna get constantly validated by it. Because like I was telling you guys, it goes back to what I've been saying, where the way that girls transcend the validation loop is by getting all the validation because they're equipped for it. So a really hot girl that's super nice and very feminine and very friendly, and she has no care in the world because all the guys are trying to fuck her and constantly trying to fucking court her and shit like that. She has constant validation coming at her from guys. She doesn't think about validation at all because she's constantly fucking getting it. And it's like one of those hot girl flexes too, where hot girls will be like, oh my God, another fucking guy asked me to marry him. And they're like, oh my God, it's always happening to me. Oh, these guys are so nice, and shit like that. I love these guys, but I would never marry them. But I love these guys are so cool. They make me feel so good about myself. Oh, there's this guy that sends me a good night text every night and a good morning text every morning, even though I never respond. It's just this whole shit where girls get validation constantly, all the time. So this builds up an insecurity in them because they know that one day they're not going to be that hot young girl. And they don't know how they get this validation. They're like, how am I going to do it when I'm not hot anymore? Like they're fully aware that their validation loop transcend, their ability to transcend the validation loop is based on them being young and hot, feminine, girly, all that stuff. And more than anything, young and hot. Once they're not young and hot anymore, and with the virginity too, like if that's why they try to keep their body count low. They know if once they've poisoned the vessel or purified the vessel and they're known as a girl that's been ran through by tons of dudes, she's not as pure and innocent looking. It fucks up her image. You know what I mean? And they're aware of this. So when they're with you or me and they're like, oh, this guy doesn't need shit from anybody. She's aware that she needs validation to feel good, even though she's getting all of it. So she feels good all the time. But when she sees that I do not need it whatsoever, this insecurity of hers, where she's like, how am I gonna what's gonna happen when I hit the wall and blah blah blah. You're gonna be that strength for her where she's gonna look to you and you're gonna be the energy that makes her feel good. She's gonna come to you for validation because you're self-validated and you've got it figured out, and you don't even have to fucking explain it to her. You just have to be in that feeling and feel good on your own, and she's just gonna want to be around that energy. That's why she's gonna surrender to your energy because you're the more certain one in your. That's why Rick H has the famous line, you always have the better answer. The way you always have the better answer is by not needing shit from her.
Caving into what a woman intellectually says that she wants. Women are not doing it deviously. They're victims of social programming.
She really believes it.
By the way, guys, these numbers you see in the back, when I released this video at first, I had put a bunch of comments under the video, and it's because I didn't want to like pause it and react. And then I said in the description or like a pinned comment that I had under the video, I was like, I'm gonna react to different parts of the video. So when you see it, like it just went from 8 to 9, right? So I was like, so when it switches numbers, pause it and read the number right before, and you'll get my reaction. And that way you can listen to the video without my interruptions. That's why those numbers are there. And then speaking to what Brent said, he's talking about women they're victims of social programming. That's the validation loop. That's the validation loop that we're all trying to fucking get out of. And until we get out of it, we cannot drop game. Like I was telling Bill earlier, I don't know if you're still here, Bill, but like I was telling Bill earlier, he was like, what did he say? I don't know if you guys can see his comment. He says, How do you close someone? Oh, how do you break through? It was the first thing that he asked me. How do you get to the point where you break through? What actually causes it? And then I told him, you drop game. Like you break through when you can drop game. That's what he's talking about when they're victims of social programming. Because like I told you guys, the girl's validation journey is to get the validation. Ours is to transcend it.
She doesn't realize that she's actually destroying what she's trying to improve.
She's destroying the attraction that was there. We used to call it the bait and switch. Everything's hot at the beginning. She knows that she doesn't like everything about you, but she was attracted to you. And then she switches it all up on you. It's because it's never about the thing they're asking you to stop doing. The sooner you realize that it's not about that, the way that you know, as soon as you agree to it, she just goes right down the list and it never ends.
The guy surrenders.
So true. So this is what I'm talking about again. She's gonna test your frame, okay? Subconsciously, and she needs to. So it's important to not hate the women for this, okay? I've said in previous streams is like, why would you want this person that's constantly trying to crush your frame, you know? And you see a lot of the red pill guys say shit like, a woman should just give her man peace. I do agree. I'm not saying you want some bitch that's constantly testing you. So if I am some bitch that's constantly testing me, I'm not going to be around her. Okay. But when it's a girl with healthy self-esteem and she's got a healthy sense of self, even she's going to test you, but she's going to test you in more subtle ways where she's going to be like, baby, I don't like when you do that. Or baby, just stay with me tonight. Or baby, you know, she's going to ask you to do things for her. And you still need to be like, you're going to do whatever you want because you want to do it. So if she asks you to stay home with her, okay, and you genuinely want to stay home, I would say, yes, stay home with her. But if you find yourself staying home and then being left with that feeling, yeah, man, I'm glad that I'm here with my girl, but man, I wish I would have gone out, man. I want to go out and, you know, do whatever you were going to go do, you know? She's breaking your frame. And the more that she breaks your frame, the less she's going to be attracted to you because you're breaking that tension, because she's going to be like, oh, I can break his frame. He keeps giving me what I want because him feeling good is based on him making me feel good. So every time she challenges you, this goes for the crazy bitches too. Every time they challenge you, anytime that you give in, but you give in because you want her to just shut the fuck up or you're trying to get a certain result from her, basically you're breaking the tension. And really all the tension is the feeling that you feel of yourself. Like you're just who you are, you're on your own path, you're on your own purpose, you're doing your own thing. And anytime that she can break that, she breaks that tension of you just being yourself and she's taking you off your fucking itinerary, off your trajectory. She's slowly breaking you down and she's slowly losing respect for you. It is kind of sad when you meet guys or you see guys, videos of guys that have been with their wife for 30 years and their whole fucking game from the beginning has been to court the wife, happy life. I'm happy when my wife is happy. They have they're completely empty shells. When guys are talking about like I fuck a bunch of girls and I feel nothing when I fuck them, these are completely empty shells that have no fucking connection to themselves, to their emotions, to experiencing things and enjoying them. They're completely just like trying to create results and they're completely like showing up and serving a master where they're like, oh, like for the nice guy, they're like, oh, well, I feel this need to, I feel like my role is to protect my woman and provide for her. And that becomes my whole fucking identity now, protecting and providing for my woman. You lose all your fucking personality and everything that attracted her to you is lost because you've made everything about her and they're slowly going to be testing this throughout and they don't even know they're doing it, but they need that reassurance that your ability to feel good, your energy, you being grounded in your own energy has nothing to do with them. And they're attracted to you. You're not attracted to them because you're the one with the solid fucking feel good frame, not them. And you don't need shit from them.
Rather than the woman. Systematically, they will start going after competitors for your attention. Whatever competes with her for your undivided attention is an enemy and needs to be eliminated. One thing that I've said for a couple decades now is that if you don't create drama for her, she's going to create drama for you. You want to?
Okay, one thing he said that what did he say? Something about competing? Let me rewind that. Competing for your attention.
Going after competitors for your attention. Whatever competes with her. they will start going after competitors for your attention. Whatever competes with her for your undivided attention is an enemy and needs to be eliminated. One thing.
Yes, okay. What he's saying there, like, this is fucking why I love Rick, man. You can tell he never really thinks about game. He's saying something very simple. He's doing his best to explain it to you guys, but this is what he's saying. He's saying that whatever's competing for your attention, right? What's competing for your attention is what makes you feel good, is what keeps you in that fucking self-grounded fucking frame. So it's competing for, it's preventing you from making her the center of your fucking universe. I will say, he's describing a very toxic female, because if it's a toxic female in the sense, because when you meet chicks that are completely grounded in their own energy and they don't need shit from you, typically it's older chicks, you know, but sometimes it's the girls that I've met that are just fully grounded in their energy. Number one, they'll approach me a lot of the time. You know, the rare times that I get approached, it's by chicks that are completely in their own vibe. You know, they're grounded in their own feminine, just like floating around fucking energy. But if the girl is since most girls are caught in these validation loops and they need constant validation, she's gonna try to put you under in that fucking box where she's like, this is another source of my validation, because her whole identity is this person that receives validation from fucking men because she's hot, and from everybody because she's young and hot. So she's gonna try to put you in that box subconsciously, not because she's trying to fucking sun you, but because that's just her frame. Like I said, that's the woman's method to validation, to get the validation. And a lot of the time they can, especially from men. So she's going to be trying to eliminate all these things. This is why they're always worried that you're fucking other chicks and everything like that, because she's going to try to knock out all these things that are preventing her from being your source of validation. And if she's your source of validation, you're going to break your frame and come to her for validation. And when you come to her for validation, what does that do? That validates her. And then she gets that little boost, like, oh, I knew it. I got my validation boost. But this guy isn't his own energy. I can no longer be attracted to him. And at first it confuses them, blah, blah, blah. But this, bros, this is what Rick H is saying. Like, they're gonna be trying to fucking turn you into their fucking, you know, validation fucking provider. And it's like, don't do it. Do not do it. Don't need shit from her.
That I've said for a couple decades now is that if you don't create drama for her, she's going to create drama for you. You want to push a little bit. For instance, when she says you didn't do what you wanted, you did what you wanted. That's what an archetypal male will do. The archetype.
Exactly. What have I been saying? You didn't do what she wanted, and what does she want? She wants you to validate her. You did what you wanted. Why did you do what you wanted? Because you're grounded in your own fucking energy. And then beyond that, that's why she's attracted to you. That's why you have this gravity, because you're the more confident one. You're the one that's more grounded. You're the one that doesn't need anything or needs any validation. You have the stronger frame. And because you have that gravity over her, she's going to be drawn to you. And she's going to be trying to fucking break you out of it. And like I said, girls go different ways about it. There's actually a great book called the Practical Female Psychology for the Practical Man. And it breaks down by, I believe, Joseph W. South. I believe you can get the PDF online. I have the PDF. I think I have the audio file even in my, yeah, I have it uploaded into the Google Drives actually. By the way, anybody that's here, if you want the Google Drive, scan up to the top of the comments. If you don't already have it, scan up to the top of the comments. I dropped my email there. I have disabled replays of the live chat because I will only be giving my email out to people that are on the live streams. So if you're on the live streams, you want access to the Google Drive, one of the files on that Google Drive is Practical Female Psychology for the Practical Male that I'm talking about right now. You can access it to the Google Drive. Just send me an email and be like, I'm such and such from the stream, and I will recognize your name from the stream. I would say if I do have any doubt, it helps if you take a screenshot and send me a picture of the screenshot that you were on the live stream, and I'll send you the link to the drives. I'll give you permission to all 6 drives. Okay, anyway, I believe Young Villain is one of the people that has access to the drive. Okay, anyway, as I was saying, I believe Bill has access as well. As I was saying, in Practical Female Psychology for the Practical Male, they talk about the healthy version, a woman with a high self-esteem, high SC, versus the woman with a low SC, and how they go about getting these needs met. As you understand women's needs, you can game them. This is what game is, okay? Once you don't need results from a girl, okay? Once you can just feel good on your own, and I know I keep saying to drop game, okay? And then you guys are probably still left with a question, but if you're not gaming them, then what are you doing? You know what I mean? That's what I guess in a way what game becomes. You can see what the girl is doing and you can fuck with her. And you can screen her because you can be like the way that she's trying to, because all girls are the fucking same, all right? Just like all guys are the same. We're very predictable. Girls are very predictable. We all have our own flavor of how we go about getting our needs met. We all have, I mean, as much as I'm saying you don't need shit from her, you know what I mean? You still need her in the sense that you like her and that you give your energy to her and you fucking allow her into your frame because you like her and you think she's hot or whatever. You have a need in that sense, but it's interesting how people go about getting their needs met. And when you realize what girls do, which as I'm saying now, some girls have a high self-esteem, some girls have a low self-esteem. Depending on where their self-esteem is at, they're going to test you. They're going to test your frame, what Rick is talking about, in different ways. Like it says in the book, I haven't read the fucking book in a while, but I believe the low SC girls are going to come from ego and they're going to be trying to attack your character and crush you and like talk shit to you and be nasty and try to get a reaction to you and like break the house apart to try to get you to fucking, you know, give them the validation that they want. They'll get violent and shit. And the high SC girls, meaning the girls that don't need anything from their environment, they're gonna be very direct, very honest. They're gonna tell you what they think. They're not gonna be trying to hurt you in any way. That's basically the difference. Is the low SC girl, when you don't give her what she wants, she'll get crazy. She'll try to hurt you. She'll try to fucking like get you to react somehow. And the high SC girl, she'll be like, okay, she'll respect your fucking frame, and then she's actually gonna get an attraction boost because she's gonna be like, damn, he's his own energy. And then when you give her, when you do once in a while, decide you want to do something nice for her, it's this big reward. As opposed to if it's some fucking needy nice guy that's just always trying to push the validation button so he can get validation from her by being nice, it gets old. It's like he's always nice. He always gives me flowers. This doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? So pay attention to all girls do this, okay? Every single one. I don't give a fuck if she's a Buddha master at the fucking infinity fucking degree. They're all women. The more feminine they are, the more they're gonna fucking wanna fucking test your frame to feel that you're self-validated. It's just how they go about it, you know? It's how they get their needs met. They just need to feel that you don't need shit from them. They need to feel that. They go different ways about it, and every time they feel that, attraction is maintained.
Disciple male will not be steered off the course of what he thinks is the proper course of action. This doesn't mean that you never consider other people's opinion, because oftentimes they may be right. Take in the information, make a decision, and then you stick by that decision. You don't cave in at the first sign of pressure.
Most guys will cave to save the relationship they think they're building. If you become...
Why do guys cave? Because they want results. They need results to feel validated. And when the girl threatens them by taking away sex or, you know, I'm going to break up with you and shit like that if you don't fucking respect me more. And they always do it, guys. They always take the whole damsel in distress fucking frame as well, too. The fucking toxic ones, at least. They'll be like, oh my God, you don't even care about me. Oh my God, don't you love me? And they do fucking shit like that. The damsel in distress. I need you to save me from feeling bad. I need you to validate me so I won't feel bad. Because like I said, girls transcend or meet their validation needs by actually receiving the validation. So when they're like, you're not validating me, they're being honest. They feel you're not fucking giving them the needs that they're trying to get met, okay? But the thing is, you cannot cave. If you cave, that means that her feeling bad, you're communicating that like, oh man, I need you to feel good so I can feel good. So you doing the damsel in distress bit, I'm gonna cave to that every time. And every time you cave to that and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, here's the thing that you needed, you lose frame. You lose frame in the sense that you're no longer self-validated and she's become a source of validation for you. And the more she can fucking do that to you, the more she can punk you like that, yes, she'll get a little validation boost. It'll be an ego boost, but she'll lose fucking attraction to you.
Habitual in your agreeing to her needs, what you're trying to avoid is going to happen faster.
Much of this is counterintuitive given the programming that you received since you were a small child. Many of these things, the exact opposite of what you think would work is actually what would work. The way that social programming works
Okay, back to the social programming. I've talked about this before. The OGs will know. I mean, the fucking OGs that have been here for most, if not all of the streams, they've heard me fucking repeat myself a million fucking times, and y'all keep coming back. So I appreciate you guys that are here. By the way, give the video a like, share it, try to get this message out there, dudes. Like, I mean, I don't want this channel to ever get too big because I don't know. I feel like, I mean, honestly, it doesn't really matter how big the channel gets because guys that are in validation loops, like the red pill guys, they're gonna want to not believe this. They're gonna want to believe that all the work they put into a fucking game. This is why the red pill guys will yell at girls and be trying to like fucking red pill them because they're like, I had to work so hard to get you girls, and now I'm fucking frustrated that I had to work so hard and you're not fucking like submitting to me or whatever, you know? I achieved all the things. I ran the race and I won, and you're still being a fucking annoying bitch to me. Fuck you. You fucking are less than me. You need to be submissive. You need to be a servant to me and blah blah blah. That's because this is most guys. Even if this message gets out to them, they're probably going to come on these streams and start. I'm going to be noticing that I start getting more popular, that the message is getting out there when I get people coming into my stream fucking talking shit to me. Then be like, oh, okay. I'm starting to fucking really attract some crowds. But yeah, like, share, anybody that fucking might be caught in a validation loop or whatever, get the message out there. It took me 18, 17 years to figure it out. You can watch my entire journey, all my videos and all my community posts. I was still in a validation loop. I just broke the validation loop last November. I can fucking finally see it now. The lead singer from a band from England, the hottie, my interaction with her fucking broke that. Ever since her, I've seen the fucking light. I've been awakened. Okay, this is why the profile pic, the avatar for my channel is an eye opening and fucking blah blah blah. It's being awakened. Okay, it's when you finally see the game for what it is and you can drop all fucking game. Okay, so yeah, please get the video out, please share. But to talk about what Rick H is saying about the social programming, as the guys have heard me say that have been here, the OGs, society programs us to be workers and consumers. Okay, because when we go to school, what do they fucking base our being able to feel good on? Getting good grades and being a good student. And then what do our parents tell us? You need to get good grades. Oh, you're not getting good grades, you're punished. Mom, I don't want to go to school. School's fucking stupid. You have to go to school. You want to be a loser? Do you want to be a loser? Translation. Do you not want to meet society's standards? Society will consider you a loser because you didn't go to school like everybody else did. That fucking, you have to suffer before you can be happy. You have to prove yourself. You don't have to prove yourself at all, boys. You get conditioned with school. Then you get out of school. You get out of high school. Oh, I have to go to college to get a degree because then I'll get a better job. Why do you want a better job? So I can make more money. Why do you want more money? So you can have nicer things, to become a consumer. Why do you want to get a degree? So you can work, make money, and become a consumer. And once you have those things, you can feel good. What does all your stress and worry come from in society? Not having enough money, not having to pay your bills, fucking trying to get a girlfriend because having a wife is a huge flex, that a man has been accepted by society, that he gets celebrated by a woman. The person that is the receiver of all validation is now giving you validation because you've done it and you've met society standards. The government is constantly trying to control us and telling us what to think and what standards we're supposed to meet all over social media. What do you see all over social media? This is what you need to do to be happy. You need to be traveling. You need to be fucking this. You need to be that. You need to have these things. You need to achieve these results. Then you can be happy. What do all the fucking motivational fucking motivational videos for guys say? You got to work in your 20s so you can cash in your 30s. No, you don't. No, you don't. You can cash in right now. You can feel good right now. And yes, I'm not saying don't have a job. I'm not saying don't fucking achieve things. You can still do that because it is important to, have money and blah, blah, blah. But you're not doing it from a place where you need it. You can feel good fucking right now. You don't like your job? That's fine. Just see it for what it is. Be like, I don't like my job, but I'm doing it to make my money. I love myself either way. What do I actually want to do in my time off? I'll figure it out. If I don't figure it out, whatever, the job pays me good money, this is enough, whatever. But it doesn't dictate how I feel about myself. But if it does, and then you got a woman that's yelling at you because you're not making enough money, and then you got kids now, you have to become a provider for your fucking kids. I need money. I need results. I can't feel good unless I make other people happy, unless my family likes me, blah, 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 blah. This is social programming. So you get programmed even at the societal level that you need to be constantly fucking showing that you're good enough and get needs met. You cannot just feel good until you get these needs met. I'm here to say you can.
Because the guys court and women choose. Courting is a submissive behavior. You push the emotional buttons, they will be the one that's doing the courting. They are really well programmed in all the answers to all the lines that guys can give them in every avenue of approach that a guy can do when he's chasing them. What they don't understand is what to do when they suddenly feel powerfully attracted to this mysterious guy who doesn't seem to be all that attracted to them. And they've got to...
Who doesn't seem to be all attracted to them, this mysterious guy. What does that mean? Who doesn't need any validation from them and has no validation-seeking behaviors in his communication.
Figure out how to make this guy want them. They start doing exactly what the normal guys do. Chasing, complimenting. Doesn't matter what they think. It matters what they feel. Social programming is in the way of them feeling emotionally satisfied. Is gone like that. Anytime you're interacting with
social programming, meaning meeting society standards. So if you're coming in with, like, if you're coming in as a red pill guy, let's say, and you meet all the standards, you're 6 feet, 6-pack, 6 figures, 6 inches, you've got everything she wants on the societal standards level. Okay, she'll feel validated, she'll feel encouraged to submit to your frame because it makes sense. It's very logical. It's a demonstration to the other women that a guy that has met society standards has chosen her. And by default, that means that by proxy, that means that she also meets society standards because this high value guy by societal standards has chosen her. So she's this hot girl because every girl wants to believe that she's secretly a hot girl, I mean, they want every girl secretly thinks she's a hot girl. And then when there are displays showing that validate her as the hot girl, she wants all the other girls to see it. And it validates her on that fucking level. However, the mysterious guy, a guy like me that meets none of those standards, I, by societal standards, am a fucking loser. When she's attracted to me, she can't understand what it is. And it's super intriguing from her and and then when she tries to fucking get me to validate her and tries to run her game on me, and I see it for what it is, and I'm unaffected by it. And not only am I unaffected by it, I fucking can talk shit to her and laugh at her and not give a fuck. She doesn't know what to do because, like Rick H said, when it's familiar, when it's the guy meets society standards, she can just be into him. Or if it's a guy that doesn't meet society standards and he's trying to game her, she can see what he's trying to do and she can fucking like run circles around him. But when I don't fall into either one of those molds, she can't figure me out. She can't figure me out. And that's intriguing. And that's why she fucking submits.
The woman. One person is doing the courting, the other one will be the one that's doing the choosing. But if the guys start behaving in a way that shows that you are qualifying her, this is the way that you break the social programming.
The woman will treat you exactly as she feels you are. If you tell her that you are a pursuer, she will treat you like that. What sometimes confuses them is you're not congruent in one of the two roles.
There's a number of beliefs and behaviors.
Congruence, like I said. When you remove all needy behaviors and can just feel good without putting any conditions on it, and you can just be grounded in your own feel-good energy, and that's enough, you will be congruent. You will have intent. You will have congruence. You will not need anything. You will not be needy. You will basically drop all game. Game is an artifact that was created by needy guys to reassure themselves that that now that they have this thing, they're enough now. And now they can feel good because they've accomplished this game. See how it ties back to societal standards too, where society tells you need these things to feel good. Game is a direct fucking structure for guys that are stuck in that fucking validation loop. But it makes you come off as incongruent because the way that you use the game is to validate yourself and feel like you're enough. But you're using the game because you don't feel like you're enough. So, on a very subtle level, it comes off as very incongruent. When you finally drop all game, you can be congruent. You can have intent. And then you could use game. You can use little game tactics if you want, but you don't need any kind of result when you use it. You literally are just using it to self-amuse.
That the archetypal male displays. First of all, is comfortable with women. He can easily deal with any kind of test. The girl says, "Should we get out of here?" He'll look at her and go, "You trying to seduce me or what?" Or he may say something like, "I knew you wanted me." You don't want to get all.
You trying to seduce me or what? I knew you wanted me. He's flipping the game on her. He's saying, like, I know you're into me. I know I'm the one with the stronger frame. I'm the one that's transcended the validation loop. And you're hovering around me because I'm the one with the stronger frame. I'm the one that's transcended the validation loop. And then when the girl tries to be like, oh, let's go do something, and you are picking up on her signals that she's attracted to you, you can drop little comments like this. You could not, these comments, I remember when I first heard this, man, this came out like in 2013 or some shit, 2012 or something. When I first heard this is, by the way, the only product that Rick H has ever made. And it's not even his product, it's Rick H's product, but it features, or it's Brent Smith's product, but it features Rick H. So I remember when I first heard this, I was like, those lines sound super cheesy. I know you want me, you know, like the cocky funny, like David D'Angelo. And I remember even cocky funny with David D'Angelo, I'd be like, those lines are mad cheesy. Like, why would it be like, I know you want me. Are you trying to get out of here already? Fuck, are you trying to seduce me already? I would be like, that's so lame. But that's because I thought that I needed a much higher octane manufactured routine or line or just understanding of the game. I was like, it can't be that easy. It can't be that easy. You know what I mean? That's so easy if you just say that. And then how was she going to buy? I also didn't understand how women's attraction worked. I would say a lot of, if you guys are anything like me, I would say the main need that's driving you to seek out game is that you don't understand women's attraction, and the game is made by guys that do understand women's attraction. So because they've validated it, you can use it. And even though you don't know how women's attractions work, you have this game now to push those buttons and get her attracted to you. When in actuality, the real problem is you don't know how her attraction works. And really what you really need to do is just be present and drop game. And in the beginning, you're going to be confused. You're going to lose girls. But then that's scary because you're not coming from a whole place. You're coming from a place where you need validation. So if you're like, if I walk up and I just am myself, and the girl's gonna, number one, you're like, the girl's gonna reject me because I don't know what to say and I suck or whatever, you know? And you're afraid of feeling that rejection, and it's gonna be confirmation that you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't understand women. I don't understand women. No girl's ever gonna like me. And you go into this spiral and you're like, I need game. I need guys that know what they're doing to give me lines, and I need to go watch more videos. And in actuality, you just need to fucking be present and allow and be able to feel good regardless of what she does. Really, the real problem is that you can't just fucking feel good by yourself regardless of what she does. So to switch that, let's say you're like, I'm scared to drop all game and just be natural. To switch that, you just gotta talk to some girls, just say what you're gonna say, and then just stay in the energy. Just stay in the fucking energy, man. I remember there was this one approach that I did on the bus. I had this thing about approaching girls on buses or like the subway or tight spaces like that where there are a bunch of people and it's a tight space. And I'm like, I'm going to go fucking say something to her, you know? And I had this thing where I was like, man, I want to talk with the girl, but I'm super scared because everybody's going to be able to hear me or everybody's going to see me or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe she's going to feel threatened because it's such a tight space, blah, blah, blah. But then my other part of me where it's like, no, but my manhood's on the line. My manhood's on the line. So when I remember the very first, maybe the second, I want to say it's the very first approach I did on a bus, on public transit. I walk up to this girl, and bros, you cannot make this shit up, dude. I walk up to these girls, okay? And as I'm walking up, I can hear what they're talking about, okay? And they're talking about how the girl that I'm going to approach wants to meet a guy. But guys never talk with her. And she just wants to meet a guy. And she's like, I just want to meet a guy, but for some reason, guys never talk with me. She's saying some shit like that. And I'm walking up and I can hear this, okay? And then when I walk up, I'm like, hey, what's up, girl? or whatever the fuck I said. And then I look at her like that because I didn't want to, like, I was like, oh, I don't know what to say. Like, I'm so scared. Like, please validate me. And that was literally my face. My face was just, I was like, what's up, girl? And I looked at her like that. You know what I mean? And it's like, how terrified was I to not use any game at all? If you're going through that, if you're terrified to drop game and just like say hi to a girl and then just look at her and see what she says and just allow the tension to exist and just express, if expressing your intent sounds like you have to be very strategic about it and you just can't tell the girl, like, I'm into you, girl. If you can't do that, that means you're suffering from this. You're suffering from what I'm talking about. You're suffering from like feeling like you don't understand female attraction. You need to do stuff to attract girls because you don't actually know what you're doing. You feel like you're going to be alone because you don't know how to attract girls. And when you don't have game to fucking give you that assurance that you need, that ammo, that tried and true fucking material, you're going to fucking feel empty and unwhole, and you're not going to be able to look at a girl and just fucking look at her with full intent and be fully congruent in your communication. That's where all game is coming from. So if that's you, number one thing, the first thing you got to do, start going out by yourself. Go out for a whole night by yourself and just feel good on your own the whole night. Don't need anything from girls. Don't care about what the other people are doing or people are looking at you. Just feel good on your own. And also approach girls and do no game at all. Like, do not, by no game, I mean, do not strategize at all. Just walk up and say hi and then wait for her to respond.
Excited. You want to be casual and relaxed, not being careful. One of the principles here is that you can easily deal with all the tests that they give you. Maybe you've got.
By the way, when I said, and then just wait for her to respond, wait for her. If you feel, when you're waiting for her to respond, if you feel this need that comes up where you're like, oh, is she gonna like me? Or like this like fucking tension in you, this suspense, where you're like, ah, please like me, you know, like I need you to validate me, give me attention and on some level. If you feel any of that, if you feel yourself reaching, if you feel yourself the need to break the tension and say something, you can't just allow the silence to exist, any of that, that means you're caught in a validation loop and you need to work on not needing anything from the girl. And like, yes, maybe she'll reject you, maybe she won't even notice that you're fucking doing this shit and she just likes that you approached. But let's say she rejects you, just stop, just take it and be like, yeah, that's because I needed. She'd be like, yeah, that's because I was needy right there and I needed her to like me. Stop needing that. Anyway, I'm just gonna go back to having fun on my own. Whatever. This is why I was saying so much to like dance or like have some kind of activity that you're doing while you're going out. That's probably the best way in the beginning, is to go do something you like, and whatever it is that you like, you do it somewhere where there are young single women there and they go there for fun. It's like it's social somehow. I do shit like I go and skate in the park on the weekends. There's no park here, but when I'm in a city, you know, when I'm in a city, I'll go to a park, I'll skate at the park where people are walking around. If I'm in a major city, people will be walking around the fucking park anyway because it's a tourist destination. I mean, go to hot girl destinations if you can afford to travel, like Tulum, Playa del Carmen, Cancun, Europe, Tamarindo in Costa Rica is another hot girl destination. A lot of these nature places, Tulum is another hot girl destination. Just go on these bitches fucking Instagrams, all the hot bitches, and see where all the bitches are posting and be like, oh, I'm here now. And they're all these hot girl destinations. A lot of them are like yoga retreats. They're called boho, B-O-H-O retreats, bohemian retreats, which means just as has like these young traveler, hippie, backpacker, chill yoga vibes, those kind of places. And there's natural beauty there. And it's in a sense very feminine because there's a lot of natural beauty there. Hawaii, that's another one. Waikiki in Hawaii. Go to these hot girls destinations and just those are the best places to fucking day game. Or New York. I believe New York has the most, the biggest disparity between men and women. I believe in the United States, the women are much higher than the men there. There are a lot of places around the world where you can go. You can even just fucking AI it and be like, Colombia is not a hot girl destination, but there are just tons of hot girls there. Medellin, Cartagena, the Indias, Cali in Colombia. I mean, Brazil, Florianopolis, Rio, Sao Paulo. Go to these places. I'm gonna go to Florianopolis actually when I'm traveling. But like, go to these hot girl, Buenos Aires. Go to these hot girls destinations and just go exist there and go do fucking shit that you like. I go skate, you can go fucking rollerblade or like fucking do parkour in the park or whatever it is that you like to do to be active and have fun. I'm not the biggest fan of the gym. I don't go to the gym, but if I was going to the gym, I don't know if I'd be gaming girls at the gym. Not to say you cannot game girls at the gym, but at the gym, if you're going to game a girl, you really got to be in your own energy. You cannot be that guy that's walking around looking at the girls trying to approach them. You know, you got to be doing your own thing. Wherever it is that you go, that these fucking hot bitches are, you know, go there and do stuff that you like there and just ignore the girls. Just ignore them and do whatever fun thing it is that you like to do. I go shoot pool at the pool halls where girls like to go. You do that, and then you can try to game the girl. And if you're in this needy validation seeking space, you can go up there, feel the neediness within you so you can start to identify how it feels and like what it is that you can even just be honest with yourself, but hold that tension. Do not try to interject and cover it up with a line. Don't try to strategize. Anytime you feel yourself strategizing in your head, let that shit go. Be completely fine with losing the girl, okay? And then she's gonna naturally, I don't know if guys get these. Like, I used to have this twisted pickup fantasy where I had the pickup, perfect pickup fallacy, where it'd be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna walk up to the chick, I'm gonna say what's up, and then she's gonna be all over me all night, and we're just gonna be going back and forth, and we're gonna fuck in the bathroom or whatever. You know what I mean? That's not what really happens. What actually happens is you walk up to the chick, you fucking banter with her, you go back and forth a little bit, and then eventually you guys just end up splitting up. Like, she's out, you know, she's out to be social and have fun. So she's gonna go and like walk around and talk to other people, or you're just gonna be like, all right, it was nice to meet you, and then you're gonna go talk to other people, you know? And it's not like you're gonna be locked in with her. This whole perfect pickup fallacy is this whole thing where like you walk up, you say the perfect thing, and then she's on your nuts all night and she wants to blow you right there on the fucking dance floor, you know? Yes, that can happen. You know, I've known dudes that I've never really done anything like that. Not that I can remember now, at least. I mean, I fucked a girl in a parking lot. I fucked girls in public, but I've never really had like I grabbed the girl and took her to the bathroom and fucked her. I've never really had a moment like that. I wouldn't want to have a moment like that. That's I don't know. I'm not really into fucking girls that quickly because it's just gross to me. That means that like I need some kind of connection to like a girl, as fucking homosexual as that sounds. I actually have to give a fuck about the girl, and I like the tension. I like the buildup. I like the whole like going back and forth and just I like all that shit. So I mean, when I was younger in the game, if something like that would happen, I would be way more into it, and because that would be very validating to me if that happened. But now that I don't need the validation, I'm not really the biggest fan. I'm not really the biggest fan of having a threesome or a foursome, any of that stuff. I just want one girl, you know? I mean, I would maybe do a threesome again or a foursome again if, you know, if there was a girl that I really liked or a bunch of girls that I really liked and we all just fucked. Like I was telling you guys before, once you get into these feel good frames, once you don't need shit from the girl and you can just feel good to feel good, and the girls understand that that's what the frame is and you guys are just feeling good together. I don't know if you guys have ever gotten drunk with a bunch of girls, you know, but that's how threesomes and foursomes and orgies like that happen because you're hanging out with a bunch of girls. You're all just fucking around having fun. The girls start making out with each other. People start grabbing each other, and everybody just starts to fuck because it just feels good. You know, it's just an expansion of that energy, and that's how orgies happen. It's not like you set up this huge thing and it's all very structured, and you have to give her a massage and fucking prep her and all this shit. I mean, you can go tandem hunting. I'm not saying you can't do that. I haven't done it, but you can do that. But it's not really it just sort of happens. It's just sort of a natural fucking result. And it's like you're not going to be able to do that, dudes, until like I'm telling you, for you guys that are wondering how to drop game, go somewhere where the hot girls are, be able to do something fucking fun there where you're not paying attention to them and it's about you just feeling good, feel good in the environment without them. You see a girl that some of the girls are going to start noticing you, or maybe they won't, but talk to girls that you want to talk with. Become aware if you have any kind of neediness from the girl when you walk up and you're strategizing at all and you can't drop game and just stay in the tension. If you do, take the rejection or whatever happens, you know, but allow the girl to leave because even if it's going well, she's going to end up leaving anyways. Go back to having fun and doing whatever the fuck you're doing. She'll end up coming back to you or you end up running back into each other. Or if you're about to leave, be like, hey, I'm out of here. Let me get your number before I leave. You know, it's very easy like that. It's like so natural and flowing like that. But when you got all these fucking limitations on you, like I need to do all these things before she'll like me. And you put conditions on your ability to feel good. You need strategies to do it. And you cannot just be in that natural flow. Okay, back to the video.
A leather belt on, and she's like, I don't wear leather, and I am worried about the animal. And you just look at her and you go, so how's that working out for you? You're not going to change your behavior based on what she's saying. You may have a girl that goes, I don't like it when guys do this. You go, oh, well, you'll get used to it. I do that all the time. If you ever get caught during it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Young man, I'll get to you in a second. Yeah. So that's a great line by Rick H. I hope you guys can see what he did there. So the girl's like, I don't like it when guys do this. What is she doing? She's running game, right? What is the purpose of when she runs game? To get validation, right? To get a guy to give her validation. You're like these guys that you do all these things I don't like. So the way she gets the validation is the guy who trying to get her validation. She's like, if you want my validation, then these are the conditions. The guy that's trying to get validation from her is going to be like, I can do that. Oh, I'll never do that. I'm the guy you're looking for. And she might even be saying bullshit that isn't true just to see if you'll fold and be like, I'll give you validation. I'll give you whatever validation you want, because if I give you validation, you'll give me validation, and that's what I want, right? And what Rick is doing is like, oh, well, you're going to hate me because I do that shit all the time. What is he communicating there? I don't need fucking shit from you, bitch, and I see what you're doing. I see you're trying to get validation out of me. I'm not giving you that shit. And what does that do? That builds fucking tension. That's what I was talking about. Like, if I do game now, it's just to fucking build tension. I'm basically just like laughing at the girl the whole fucking time. I'm laughing at her game because I can see what it is. It's just her trying to get you to validate her and put you in a frame where you're validating her because you need validation from her. Okay. Young Villain. Good to see you on here, man. Do you think, guys, I would say, Young Villain, you might be the most OG dude here. It's either you or Bill Usher. You're like, I want to see, you're like the first two that I remember from the very first stream. I want to see even on the PUA Vault stream, you were one of the very first people, if not the first person, that left a comment and made yourself known on the stream. Good to see you again, man. As I was saying to the guys earlier, you might have heard me like, share and like the video. Let's get this message out there. Let's break guys out of this validation frame. I also want to pull in guys that are red pilled and think that you can't just do nothing. Like, you have to have all these things for girls to like you. You have to work hard and build your value and that bullshit. I want those guys to come in here and challenge me. Honestly, on my ex guys, my ex is at Catch Lobo. On my ex, all I do is talk shit to fucking dudes that are fucking red pilled because they're fucking ridiculous. So like and share. Let's try to get those fuckers in here and we can fucking destroy them, you know? And the more you get exposed to it, the more you see me reacting to real thing that people are going through, you're going to start to see this game. I hope you're starting to see this game now. Where like the very first thing you need to do is drop game. And then once you drop game, feel good without it, just with yourself. Put no conditions on your feeling good. Once you do that, notice the girl's game and what she's doing. But to notice her game, you need to understand her frame and her journey to validation. Her journey to validation is into it, you know, with it. Ours is without it, you know, so she gets all the validation. And once you see that, you can see when she's trying to fish you for validation and you can fucking laugh at her and make fun of her, which is great. Do you think guys need to go through the phase of more technicality in order to get to the point of transcending game validation loop? No, I think guys just need to, I mean, I would say they need to go through it in the sense of to feel that it doesn't work, you know, like what did Thomas Edison say? It took him 1,000 tries to invent the light bulb. The first 999, where he reframed it as 999 ways to not invent the light bulb, and that kept them going. So in the beginning, the game is just to motivate yourself and get you to show up and blah, 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 and like give you confidence. This is artificial confidence. But ultimately, if it's your journey is like mine, it's ultimately so you can realize that you don't need it. You know, like at the end of the journey, you'll be like, I never fucking needed it. You know, I never needed it from day one. So as I've been saying, man, drop game. If you need game at all, you're in a validation loop. You need to be able to drop game. Okay. If you cannot drop game, even in what you're saying there, man, no offense to you, bro, but do you think guys need to go through the phase of more technicality? Why do you feel you need more technicality? You know what I mean? You're putting conditions on your ability to feel good. You're putting conditions, meaning you need validation You need to meet certain conditions. And when you meet those conditions, it'll validate you. And then you can feel good about yourself. And then you can be yourself. And then you can have this reassurance that you're good enough and blah, blah, blah. And your ego can get fucking appeased. Stop it. Stop it. Stop strategizing. Drop game. When you drop game and you feel good within yourself, you'll end up starting to see the girl's game. And then you can fuck with her for trying to game you. Drop all game. The only way I would say you need it in any way is to realize that you didn't need it at all. That's all you need it for. Okay? Yes, it'll give you practice. It'll give you reference experiences. Maybe that's what you're talking about. You'll get the reference experiences, but you don't want those kind of reference experiences. You're just going to get reference experiences that are reinforcing that you need game to get girls, and you are not enough. You are enough. You can just feel good right now. You can be in state right now. And what puts you in state with girls is when you see her and she turns you on. Seeing the girl, the hotness of the girl, you wanting to fuck her, that puts you in state. And then when you're like, I need all this technique to attract her now, you're putting conditions on your attraction to her and you cannot feel good. Stop doing it. I say that with love, young villain. I say that with love, man.
In a girl's breast, and she's like, I'm up here. Hold up your finger, like, wait a second, don't say a word. Intensely stare at her breasts a minute, and then look her up in the face and go, did you say something?
This isn't about being rude. The more congruent you get with this behavior, with your belief system, your vibe, and your actions, she will automatically know that she has to do the courting. This is how you would respond in a powerful way.
Yes, Bill. I've gamed in Hawaii, quite a bit in Hawaii. That's actually, I was in a lair in Hawaii for like a year, maybe 2 years. But this is back when I was in a heavy validation loop. I haven't gamed in the US since transcending the validation loop. No. But I've done quite a bit of gaming in the US. California, Hawaii, Texas, New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Atlanta. I believe that's it. I believe those are all the places where I've gone and partied in the US. Northern California, Southern California. Yeah, I think I went out a couple times in Arizona, but yeah, most of my game was in California. That's when I first started doing it with my buddy, where I had that conversation with my buddy, and we went to go game, and then I went in and gamed a bunch of girls afterward. Like after I didn't approach any girls the first time I went out with my buddy. I went through a little arc in there, and then in Hawaii was my next big phase. And then, because I lived in Hawaii for like 7 years. The last time I gamed in the United States was when I was in Hilo, Hawaii. I went to, the last time I was in the US, I was by Riverside, California. I was actually in this town called Moreno Valley, California. And I went out to a dance club there. And I was just fucking dancing all night. I didn't really meet any girls. I maybe talked to like one or two, but I didn't take anybody home, but I was at my parents' house. So I was like, I'm not going to bring a chick. I mean, I guess I could have gone back to her place, but I was still heavy and just pumping my own state phase. I still am, I just like, it's crazy, dudes, because it's difficult. Once you can do this thing of pumping your own state and making yourself feel good, it's hard to like go and game the girl. Now you're like, okay, I got to go talk to this chick now, because I'm already having so much fun by myself, like yelling and screaming and just having fun. Let me pause and go see what's up with this girl, because like I said, now you have to like, she's going to try to game you and you have to fuck with her and shit like that. And you have to kind of like take yourself out of your own frame, and then go like fucking be open to her, and then kind of like slow yourself down a little bit, because when you get momentum and you get in flow, you just want to be in that flow. You don't want to break it and go talk to some fucking broad, but so it's difficult for me. It was difficult for me that night, because that night I was having a motherfucking blast, bro. That was the last time I was in the US, when I was in Moreno Valley, California. But what was I going to say? Shoot, man, I forget. It was something that Rick said. Let me rewind it a little bit.
Not being careful. One of the principles here is that you can easily deal with all the tests that they give you. Maybe you've got a leather belt on, and she's like, I don't wear leather, and I am worried about the animal. And you just look at her, and you go, nah, so how's that working out for you? You're not going to change your behavior based on...
Yeah. It's more this just holding your frame, guys. I hope you guys are seeing the girls' game here. Like, that's the whole purpose of this video. This is how you can game girls if you really need something to focus on. I mean, it's not bad having a style or anything. It's just when you need the style, you feel like you need the stuff. Like how can I act so the girl will like me? If it's coming from a validation seeking place, then then it's bad. But you guys are all going to develop your own styles, but Rick H has a very good style in the sense that he's gaming the girl's game so he can laugh at their game, as he's doing here, as I've explained many times in the video. She will try to get you to validate her, and then that'll let her know that you need her to validate you, and she will lose all respect for you. So, and Rick H is so aware of this that he can completely make fun of it, and the girl doesn't even know she's doing it. And it's fucking hilarious. It builds so much tension, dude.
What she's saying. You may have a girl that goes, I don't like it when guys do this. You go, oh, well, you'll get used to it. I do that all the time. If you ever get caught hearing at a girl's breath and she's like, I'm up here, hold up your finger, like, wait a second, don't say a word. Intensely stare at her breath, like, well, you'll get used to it. I do that all the time. If you ever get caught staring at a girl's breath and she's like, I'm up here, hold up your finger, like, wait a second, don't say a word. Intensely stare at her breasts a minute and then look her up in the face and go, did you say something?
This isn't about being rude. The more congruent you get with this behavior, with your belief system, your vibe.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to react to. When he says this isn't about being rude, yeah, it's not. So I would say be careful with ugly girls, because ugly girls are like creepy pickup guys. They need validation so much that if you fuck with them like this, they're gonna, they're those toxic low self-esteem girls that are gonna try to like make you feel bad, basically project all this like emptiness and not being validated as a woman onto you so you can feel their pain and shit like that. This is hot girl game. Hot girl game is when the girls get all the validation they want and they're just like basically in autopilot. So because they're in autopilot with constant getting validation, when you break that pattern and you don't give it to them, they're like, what the fuck is this? This only works on girls that are maximally validated at all fucking times, dudes. So just be aware that don't use it on every girl. Use it on girls that are getting the validation that they want. Like, what does this imply? Go approach the hottest chicks that you can. I've always been tripped out. Sorry, like this shit is hurting my ear, dude. Hold on, I'm gonna fucking take this shit off. Can you guys still hear me? I hope you guys can still fucking hear me. Anybody in the chat, if you cannot hear me, let me know, but you should be able to hear me. So okay, thanks, Bill. So I'm curious, anybody that's in the chat, what are your ages? I'm just curious how old you guys are, and like, I want to get to know you guys. Anyway, okay, so I never understood. I never had this problem, but I noticed this as a problem, especially when I was in the lair. That's when I really started noticing it. I was like, what the fuck? Where it's like the hot girls are intimidating and guys go for like the safe girls, like the 5s and 6s and maybe a 6'5", and it's like, why are you talking with that girl? I'd always just be like, I never had a problem with that. Thank God. I was always like, no, I want to talk to the hottest girls. Like, I don't understand why you would ever approach a girl that's not hot, but I guess it's intimidating to them, But then even this game here, which is, I would say, premium, high octane. This is the highest quality game, in my opinion, that there is. It's this game right here. It's Rick H. This would only work on hot girls. You can't do this with ugly chicks. And it's like, if you're not approaching only the hottest girls, why? That's the whole point. If the girl's not turning you on, by definition, you cannot be in state. Like, the girl gets you in state when she's hot. Like, yes, you're in your own state already, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I'm talking about like she boosts your energy, like you create a charge with her, that sexual tension that creates that charge and sinks you into your body even further and takes you out of your head. She can only do that if she's hot. If she makes you go, damn, you know what I mean? Even when you're like, damn, I can feel like the heat in my head. That's why they call them hot. You know what I mean? Like, it elevates your buying temperature. So it's like, this is hot girl game. And if you're not approaching hot girls, bros, yeah, Vulcan, my man. If you're not approaching fucking hot girls, what the fuck are you doing? That's the whole point. Approach the hottest of the hot chicks. The biggest problem really is finding out where they fucking hang out. That's my biggest problem. I have never had a problem with walking up to hot chicks. Maybe my game wasn't always tight and I was like caught in a validation loop or blah, blah, blah. but I never had. I knew that intuitively from the beginning. I was just like, I'm not gonna waste my time with ugly chicks. I will say the very first girl that I ever approached, because I wasn't doing approaches, and then I was like, the very first girl that I see, I'm gonna fucking walk up to her and fucking introduce myself. Was an average looking fucking plain girl. Other than her, I cannot think of a single girl that I've ever approached that wasn't fucking smoking hot. You know what I mean? And then even when I was in the lair, I would walk around Waikiki with my lair buddy, whoever was with me that day, and it would be difficult for me just to find girls to approach because they weren't hot enough. You know, I would be interested to see how I would act now, because now that I don't need this, like, because back then, of course, because I needed a hot girl, right? The hotter the girl, the more she can validate me. And because I was caught in a validation loop, I was like, I need the hottest girls to validate me. Now that I don't need that, I don't need like a 10 out of 10 bitch. You know what I mean? A girl that's just like a fucking six and a half, seven, and she's cute and she's fun. I'll talk to her. I'll make her my friend. You know what I mean? It's like, it's all chill. Like, I don't need the girl to be that hot. But at the end of the day, I do this to meet hot girls. So if I see a hot as fuck bitch and it makes sense, I'm gonna approach her. You know, it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes it just, you guys know. Sometimes you're out, the girl is just a situation where you can't approach her, so it doesn't make sense, you know? But other than that, if it makes sense, I approach the hottest chicks. I don't waste my time on girls I'm not attracted to because it's gonna take me out of state, number one. And number two, as I'm saying, this game won't work on them because they haven't achieved the validation from being a hot girl, and they're gonna think you're like being an asshole when you don't give them validation, as opposed to a hot chick. When you don't give her validation, she sees it as a challenge. And as Brent Smith said, you're not being rude, you're just not giving her validation. And then you're making fun of her for asking. You're like, you see the hoop and you make fun of the hoop, but you're not being rude to her. You're not being like, you stupid bitch. You're such a dumb bitch for trying that stupid loop on me. Yeah, you're so predictable, whore. You're not doing that. You're making fun of the hoop, you know? And if a girl is a confident girl and she's validated by society because she's hot and blah, 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 she'll be able to take that, especially because you didn't, even if she's a hot girl fully validated, if you're being rude, she's going to stand up for herself. She's going to be like, fuck you, you know, just like you would if some dude was rude to you or some girls were rude to you. But when you're making fun of her game, that builds tension and it's funny. I don't know. I'm laughing at Rick's lines. I think Rick's lines are fucking golden, guys.
Then your actions, she will automatically, she has to do the courting. This is how you would respond in a powerful way.
When you're responding like this, you got to look her right in the eye, give kind of a sly smirk. When she challenges, you either have to.
Shit, is it scratchy? Is it scratchy, guys? It's coming up kind of crackly on my end. It wasn't crackly when I had the headphones on, but the headphones started hurting my fucking ear. But is the audio scratchy? Because it's scratchy on my end. I don't know if it is for you guys. I'm gonna assume it's not. If it is, somebody say something, and I'll put the headphones back on so it won't be all fucking scratchy and shit. But all right, I'll just keep doing it then.
To ignore it wasn't important enough to even comment, or you need to escalate it in a funny way. She's trying to put you in a defensive position where you're like, oh, sorry. The only recovery is going to be effective.
The only thing that's gonna work is a really cocky one. I wonder. Okay, yeah, it is scratchy. Fuck. Okay, fuck. I'm just gonna have to hurt my ears. Fuck it. Done. I'm gonna put these fucking earplugs that I have on to shit. I don't care. I'll fucking be in pain. This is gonna be like a 3-hour fucking stream. I can already tell. We're like fucking 6 minutes in. 6 minutes and 10 seconds. This is a 21-minute fucking video. I'm about to drop mad game on you dudes. Mad fucking game. It's gonna fucking hurt apparently, so. Let me see. All right, here we go. Bluetooth connected. Can you guys hear me now? It should be connected now. It's hard for me to hear because I got the fucking the plugs in that'll help my head not hurt. Let me rewind it a little bit. He's talking about escalating right here, I believe.
Your belief system, your vibe, and your actions, she will automatically know that she has to do the courting. This is how you would respond in a powerful way.
When you're responding like this, you got to look her right in the eye, give kind of a sly smirk. When she challenges, you either have to ignore it, wasn't important enough to even comment on, or you need to escalate it in a funny way. She's trying to put you in a defensive position where you're like, oh, sorry. The only recovery is...
Yes, the way you escalate it is by challenging her back. And you challenge her by challenging her for trying to get validation out of you. So you make fun of her request. So if she were to say, I don't know, man. If she were to say, you're not going to buy me a drink, I would be like, you're not going to buy me a drink? I'd be like, I think drinks are free. I don't know. And I would just completely blow it off. I don't know how much I don't even know what drinks cost. I don't drink. I'm not an alcoholic. And then just fucking leave it like that, you know? And then she's going to feel the need to be like, you know what I mean? I'm going to make fun of her request or just completely treat it like it's nothing. And that's going to cause her to come back. Again, sometimes when I don't have the best line, it's because I don't have a girl in front of me right now. And I don't have that charge when I have a hot girl talking to me. Your answers come out differently when you got a fucking hot chick in front of you, you know? So, but I would just say something like that. I'd be like, really? You need to drink alcohol to have fun? Anyway, and then start doing something else. That's how you fucking escalate it. You know, you make fun of her game. You make her chase more validation. Because if I tell her that, she's gonna be like, and she's gonna test me more. And then you're gonna make fun of that. And then you're gonna make fun of that, and you're gonna be unaffected. And then she's gonna get the excitement that she wants, and then she's gonna try to be nice and try to get validation that way, you know, and you're just gonna keep her in this fucking loop. Some girls won't do that. Some girls will just kind of like, they'll test you by having fun with you, and then you'll have fun with them. But then you'll be like, okay, anyway, I'm going to go back to having fun without you, you know? And it's like, you either are very cocky, and by cocky means you're just in your own energy and you don't need shit. All right, let's keep going.
It's going to be effective is a really cocky one. And mean it. You've just showed her that she tried to test you and it didn't faze you at all. She may test you even more. She goes, you must think a lot about yourself. Well, not nearly as much as everybody else does.
We will just hear what we want to hear, and we will reframe it right into a compliment.
Understand the thought process behind it. The reason he can easily deal with the test they throw is because he doesn't really care. If you look at all your interactions from that perspective, you've got nothing to prove. When she challenges you, if you back down once you've drawn the line in the sand, you're done. She's never going to have any respect for you.
Yeah, when you're worried about offending her, when you're worried about escalating because she might push you away, you're fucking cooked. Again, I'm not saying to be rude. Again, it's a certain quality of girls that we're doing this with, okay? And it doesn't even have to be that extreme. All that you're doing is not validating them. And you cannot validate them when you don't need validation from them, because guys that validate do it with an agenda. They do it to get validated back. Here's validation. You're playing like a fucking validation fucking hot potato. Here's validation. Give it back to me. Oh, here's it back to you. It's like, just don't validate them. Okay. And you don't validate them by not needing to be validated by them. And when you see them trying to get validation from you, you can make fun of it, ignore it, twist it around, make it a compliment about yourself, whatever it is. You know, Rick H is going to go into it more, but it's like, you just do not validate them. And then all girls are going to do it, but it just depends on how they do it. Okay. If it's coming from a place of low self-esteem, she's going to be trying to like hurt you. And if it's coming from a place of low self-esteem, who do you think is more likely to give you low self-esteem toxic test? Ugly bitches, fat bitches. I'm sure you guys have noticed that fat, ugly bitches have the most delusional. I'm a 10, even though I'm fucking fat as fuck. I'm like a fucking, not even on the scale. I'm barely a human being, you know, not to even talk shit about them, but I'm saying just how ugly they are. They're just so unpleasant to look at. And they're like, I'm a 10. I'm as hot as Beyonce. You know what I mean? It's just like, they need to do that because nobody gives them validation. So they have to give that validation to themselves. And hot girls are going to be like, I don't know. I never think about it. I don't know how many of you guys have hung out with hot girls, like really hot girls. But when you hang out with them, when you're walking around with them, everybody's fucking looking at them. You know, all the dudes are looking at them. Dudes will come and stand by. Like, it's like annoying, you know, as me noticing it. And then I'll ask the girl, I'll be like, damn, everybody's fucking looking at you. Have you noticed how much everybody looks at you? I used to say this when I first started hanging out with hot girls. I'd be like, everybody's just fucking looking at you. Do you notice how much they look at you? And they're always like, I didn't even notice. Really? I didn't. They're completely uninterested because they're just so used to everybody looking at them. Okay. They don't need to do stupid shit like I'm a 10. I'm a fucking 1,000 out of 10. Who does that? Fat, ugly bitches, or just like skinny, ugly bitches. Okay. Ugly bitches. And then you'll see it sometimes with hot bitches because they used to be ugly and they haven't grown into their hot girl skin and they still have the ugly girl fucking tendencies. And then hot girls are nice because, like I said, they get all the validation. So when they see their ugly friends being like, I'm a 10 out of 10, they'll pump them up because they know that that girl needs validation. The girl subconsciously is like, oh yeah, I get all that validation all the time. It does feel good. She's doing that right now for herself. I'm going to validate her. Nice. You're a strong, independent woman. Like, you're enough, girl. Go get it, girl. It's ugly bitch validation. They have to give it to themselves because they can't fucking get it from society. And that's the woman's path to validation. Actually meeting the standards because they're the only ones actually really capable of doing it without doing anything. Right? So only use this on hot girls. Your first problem, if you're not approaching hot girls, approach hot girls. Your second problem, you don't know where they are, go find where they fucking hang out.
What they were going to do to you, but do it first.
Archetypal male. He doesn't have any ill will towards the woman.
Yeah, he doesn't have any ill will towards the woman. And just about finding the hot girls, you know, just to touch on abundance. If you're going out all the time and figuring out where the chicks hang out, where the social hubs are, you have abundance because you're gonna, even if you don't have a chick that's with you, you can always just go out and approach girls. They're always around you. So you're not like, when am I going to get a girl? All you have to do is go out. And like I said, if you're going out and you're going where the hot girls are, the problem then becomes like finding really where they are and finding ones that you like. And then if you have really, why does game say the hotter the girl, the more indirect you have to go and say things like you need negging or pre-selection. Otherwise, you don't have enough value to interest the super hot ones because they're in the validation loop. They're like, you need all these conditions to feel good. And remember, girls are in the validation loop. We have a different path than the girls. Our path to achieving wholeness is to transcend the validation loop and be whole within ourselves. The girls' path to validation is to actually be hot and get validated. So when they're saying to be more indirect, that's because those guys are saying not to communicate any neediness and be like, oh, you've won me over, girl. They're like in the power game. So they're being like, if you walk up, I mean, it probably is, man. There are tons of videos that say this shit. It's like, you can't be direct because you're giving away your power type of thing. And it's like, you can be direct. It's just when you need the girl to validate your approach that you can't be direct. I mean, you do have to not be too direct. You have to respect her and don't like make her feel like you're going to sexually assault her and shit like that, you know? But you guys know where that line is. You guys aren't idiots, you know? You can just be up and be like, man, I thought you were beautiful. What's up? I really love your dress. Oh, you look incredible in it. Or there's this little piece of hair that bounces when you walk, and I was just mesmerized by it. I just had to come be and be like, wow, that's an incredible piece of hair you got there, girl. You can just be like, I'm into how you look. You're hot, you know? I would say just kind of stay away from sexual stuff. The only reason you don't want to go too direct with sexual stuff is because it's, I mean, you can, but it's like, you just don't want to cross over into like the rapey, creepy stuff, you know, like, damn, girl, I want to fuck you in the ass. Like, that's very disrespectful to her when you understand that the girl's validation is around like her purity and not being seen as a whore. Oh, no, it's my video. You can't find it. It's in the Google Drive. Let me look right now. I forget which Google Drive it's in, man. I believe it's in like Google Drive 1. I have other Rick H videos. I have one where he's on David. I think I have like 3 of his. He talks about threesomes. and Threesome Game. He has another one where he's just telling David D'Angelo his rules of game. And then there's this one, which is from the product, The Archetypal Male, which is a 4-hour product. But I actually just clipped the best parts because, 4 or 5 hour products get very repetitive. But let me look real quick, man. I believe it's either the Google Drive 1 or Google Drive 2, bro. So coming hard or coming archive, like coming archives or coming archives 2 or whatever. I've got some Hypnotica in there. Hypnotica's also got very good game. I haven't watched him in a while, but he's got fantastic fucking game. I still think Rick H is superior though. Like Rick H really gets it, man. He's the only guy that I've really seen that can see the girls' game, can see that, like he can see what the needy guys are doing, and he can see what the girls are doing and how they're playing the needy guys and leveraging that against them. And then he uses it to fucking leverage. Yeah, it's on the second drive, coming to archives. It's on that drive, and it's titled "How to Actually Be an Alpha Male." And then I have the Google Docs where I wrote all the comments, my commentary for it. But be advised, I wrote these when I was still in a validation loop. So I might be saying, it'll be interesting to see what I wrote. It's a couple years old. But yeah, the doc is how to actually be an aloha male. But the video is called how to actually be an alpha male. You can't even buy this product anymore. I challenge you guys to find it. The name of the product is The Archetypal Male by Brent Smith. I challenge you to find this video. You will not find it. If you do find it, you're the fucking mans, bro. But I've got it here, and I've got the best parts of it. So I've cut down the 4-hour video to a 21-minute video.
Woman, she is playing a automatic role. She doesn't even know she's just doing what she's been programmed to do. Their experiences that they are choosing, and they turn down the guy. You don't find them attractive. It's like, excuse me? Oh, I'm going to show you how attractive I am.
Regardless of how hot the girl is, never allows a woman her sexual power. This is their number one weapon. Every other guy in the bar is going to be drooling. You need to be the one that looks like you're reading the Wall Street Journal.
Women, they don't want to be on a pedestal.
The archetypal male has standards. Not only does she have to be beautiful, be something else other than just a hot piece of flesh. It's useful for you to be critical of women. Whatever those criteria are, when you're talking to a beautiful woman, you should be probing them for that criteria. For me, I want a woman that cooks. Most women don't.
I was talking about qualifying now. My bad. I just realized I didn't finish answering your question, Bill. Game, like I said, it says to go in direct because they're caught in the power loop. It's like if you walk up and show intent, the girl now has leverage on you to reject you. She can be like, "No, I'm not interested," But if you walk up and show intent, and again, like I said, have social intelligence about it. But if you walk up and you show intent, and the more you do it, the better you're going to get at it. Maybe you'll be able to show more and more intent without offending the girl, And again, you need to approach hot girls. If you're not approaching hot girls, it's weird. You're more likely to get rejected by the ugly girls. You will meet some hot girls that are fucking like super conceited, and they're just not into you know what I mean? But the way they reject you is super fucking rude. It's because they fucking hate themselves. Or they hate men because guys are always coming up to them with stupid ass game and you're just the next guy, But when you get your shit in, you come in, you can be direct. You just don't need the validation. It doesn't matter if she reciprocates. And whatever your opener is, you do your opener, you can be direct, you can be indirect, whatever the fuck you're feeling. And don't choose what you're gonna say because you're strategizing. Drop game. Stop strategizing. Just walk up and say what you're gonna say, and then just wait to see what she says. Just wait to see what she says. And if you understand female psychology, which we've been doing like a fucking master class on that shit in this fucking stream, you can just fuck with her, and you're gonna build tension, and it's fucking fun, honestly.
Don't cook. It's a good way to make a beautiful girl self-conscious. Interrupt the conversation.
Oh, and you can build tension, and don't try to keep her there either. Build tension. It might be going well. You might even get bored and be like, anyway, I'm going to keep. If it's a day game approach, build some tension real quick. Go for the number. She gives you the number. Ask for the instant date. All right. So on a date, can we be like, just be like, hey, what's up, girl? I like what you got going on. What's up? I'm Catch, you know? And she's like, that's the first like the first bait I'm throwing out, let's say, if you're looking at it from a technical standpoint. I'm not thinking all this, but this is what's going on, right? I'm throwing out the opener. I'm like, hey, guy steps into your space. What's up? This is my name, okay? You can just walk up, state your intent, and introduce yourself and just own your feel good feeling. And you doing that makes you feel good. It feels good to just like express what you're feeling just for what it is. It is enough, okay? It's enough. You do that. The girl hears this. She's going to hear in your tone of voice. She's going to see it in your eyes, your body language, all these subconscious communications where you don't need her to validate you in any way. She might still not be interested, but you throw out the bait. She assesses you real quick. Sometimes they don't even look at you. Sometimes they're walking and they don't even turn to look at you. And I've gotten girls' numbers that didn't even look at me. And they do that, okay? They're just listening for cues. Once they react, okay, let's say they didn't say anything. Let's say I'm like, hey, what's up, girl, blah, blah, blah. And she's just like keeps walking and looking forward and not fucking paying attention to me. I might tap her on the shoulder. I'm gonna be like, hey, you know, I'm like, yo, I'm talking to you. You know what I mean? Like, or I might just be like, can you hear me? Hey, do you speak English? Like, I'll try one more time, like basically being like, are you fucking stupid? Like, what's wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like, yo, somebody's talking to you, you know? And then if she ignores me again, I'll just walk away. Sometimes it'll get them to be like, okay, yes, what's up? What do you want? You know what I mean? They might get a reaction like that. Or with the initial opener, they might just be like, oh, hi, whatever. You get a response back. Okay, this is a day game approach. You get a response back. Whatever she says, you're like, oh, what's up? So fucking you're like, I'm Jaime, blah. She's like, oh, and be like, what's your name? What's your name? I ask her for her name, you know, that's my first hoop that I throw, I guess you could say. What's your name? She's like, oh, my name is this, blah, blah, blah. You actually just use, I just use interview questions, really. What's your name? Oh, cool. Or you could be like, oh, this is a cool thing. You just make an observation, like, this is cool, this thing. Or like, damn, it's fucking busy as fuck today. Huh? So out of all these people, I fucking was able to see you. What are the odds? What are the odds we'd be in the same place? You know, whatever, you know, I just fucking make an observation or ask her for her name, whatever it is. I say something and then I wait for her to respond again. If she doesn't respond, asking for the name is big because if she doesn't give you the name and she's still being cold, then I'm like, this bitch is stupid. In my mind, I'm like, this bitch is stupid. I don't feel invalidated. I'm just like, this bitch is dumb. She doesn't even know how to fucking have a conversation with a guy that's interested in her. I'm like, whatever. She's like jaded or whatever, like, whatever. I've got better shit to do, you know? I took time out of my day to talk with her and she's fucking retarded, or she's just not interested, whatever it is, or maybe she's in a bad mood. It's nothing against me, whatever it is. If I get any kind of indication that she's just being cold and doesn't want to keep going, I leave. But if she gives me her name or she responds to my observation, I'll be like, haha, yeah. I talk with her some more. I do more. Like, what are you doing today? What's up with you? You know, I get her logistics in a sense. Where are you on your way to? You're like walking real fast. What's up with this? Where are you going, girl? And then she's like, oh, I'm on my way here, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then I close because she's giving me 2 fucking IOIs, right? She'd be like, yeah, maybe I might banter more. I don't know. You really won't know until you're talking with her. Sometimes these conversations can go pretty long, you know? I would say you don't want to stay in the set too much, especially if you had to flip your direction that you're walking, because now you're getting away from where the fuck you got shit to do. You know what I mean? Even if you're sergeant, it's like, talk to her, see if she's interested, see if she can give some information about herself. She, adds to whatever you're doing. She's being open to what you're doing. And then I'd be like, okay, cool. All right, well, listen, I'm actually going this way. I'm going to do or I'm blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to just fucking walk with you this whole fucking time, bitch. Be like, let me get your number real quick. And then she can give you her number. Sometimes they might do it just to like blow you off and then they just never respond to you and they'll block you or whatever. Sometimes it's genuine, whatever it is. Let's say you get the number. And then if they've given me the number, then I'm like, okay, well, because when I asked her, what are you doing? If she's like, I'm just kind of walking around or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'll be like, okay, well, you want to go with me? I'm going to go over here and do something. I'm going to go to the park. You want to go for a walk real quick? Or you mind if she's walking through the park herself, I'd be like, you mind if I join you? I'm going for a walk right now too. Whatever. Blah. I feel like going on a walk now too. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then I can instigate it. If she gives me the number and she's like, no, I can't hang on. I'll be like, okay, do you like to dance? Or do you like to go? Like, I see the date. Do you like this? She's like, oh yeah, that's fine, blah blah blah. I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna text you about it. See you later. That's it. I get out of there, you know? And that whole time, at no point do I need her so I can feel good about myself to, to validate my approach. I'm just doing it because approaching feels good. I was falling into a problem where for a while in Europe, I was getting exhausted because if I didn't approach, I felt like a pussy, you know? But that's because I was in a validation loop.
And go, do you cook? And she's like, no. And you shake your head and you go, I don't think this is going to work out. That's telling her her beauty isn't enough.
Doesn't matter how hot the girl is, the archetypal male is willing to turn down a sure thing because it does not suit him in that moment.
In a satirical tone. You're not being mean, you're teasing. I don't think this is going to work out. And then you give her a little smirk. If the girl is cool, she'll play along. You are always backing up until she rapes you. By backing up, we're talking about verbally, mentally, emotionally. You're always behaving as though she's trying to seduce you. One, behave in a way of conveying the message that she is into you, but you're unconvinced. That's the same that girls give to guys, right? Maybe if you took me to dinner or you did this, they're giving hoops to jump through. The archetypal male gives women hoops. It's not that I don't want you. Well, maybe I want you, but jump over this hoop and let me see. You take action and win it.
And you give a hoop, you give a test, by not giving the validation and then clowning her for trying to get you to give her validation, or you just don't give it and you just do whatever the fuck you're doing anyway. You just stay in, you just feel good no matter what the fuck she does. And she's going to keep trying to fuck with you. I mean, eventually she's going to drop her game and just start being normal. This isn't like the whole time either. And like I said, sometimes you guys split up, okay? But this is what the tension is. It's her trying to get you to fucking validate her.
It suits you, not just automatically. Women understand subtle language and they understand body language extremely well. So the more subtle you are, you're actually communicating better with women. One of the biggest problems that guys make is they will...
Yo, guys, I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick, but I'll leave this playing. I'll be back.
Accept any kind of abuse from a woman, providing there's the hope that one day he can sleep with her. Nothing sacred in his life that he will not sacrifice for a girl that'll pay attention to him. The archetypal male doesn't tolerate disrespecting his time, his energy, or his property.
Don't put up with drama. I know that it's difficult in those moments. That girl's a nightmare, but I haven't had sex in 6 weeks, so I invited her over.
The archetypal male does not put up with bad behavior.
He moves on. A lot of guys who are taking advantage of are very rich and wealthy, powerful guys. It's not just regular guys. It's the guy, he's 50, he's got a ton of cash, and he's got a 22-year-old, and instead of letting her be the archetypal male and taking back steps, he's so scarce that he over pursues her and makes sure she's going to like him by paying her rent and so on. Those are the guys who get taken advantage of night and day.
The reason why you have to demand respect for your time and energy and property is because the archetypal male knows he's valuable and he expects to be treated as such. If she doesn't perceive it, she's wasting his time.
He knows his value. What have I been saying? You don't need any validation. You can feel good, and that's enough. You put no conditions on it.
Are going to do what you think is right, not what she wants you to do. Somebody that sees you as valuable is going to show you respect for your property, time, and if you put energy into something, they're going to be thankful for it. If on any of those points you're not getting...
They're going to be thankful for it because you are a real person. You're not coming from a place of validation seeking. And they know that when you're nice, it's a genuine fucking gesture. As opposed to you're doing nice things to get validation from them.
Respect, then it's time to leave. It's not worth being in a relationship, no matter who it is, no matter what other qualities she has. If she is not treating you as if you were a valuable commodity, maybe she's still...
Talking about relationship game, I actually had a girlfriend before when I was in game, and I looked up girlfriend game. The game, literally, when you're caught in a validation loop, you literally need game to just function. You need social circle game. You need girlfriend game. You need how do we work game. And like everything becomes about, you need to have game. And then now that allows you to be yourself because you don't have to be worried about strategizing. And you have content to fill that emptiness within you, okay? Let's talk about what actually happens In a relationship, what's going on is that you're self-validated, you're grounded in your own energy, and because you're grounded in your own energy and you can just feel good on your own, the decisions that you make in life are to expand. You're basically pumping your state every day. You know, even if you have a job that you don't like, you find ways to frame it where it adds to you feeling good, where you're like, I'm a fucking badass. You know, I remember when I was in the army, there would be days where I would wake up and I wouldn't want to be there. Like I just didn't feel like going to work. And I'd be like, yeah, but I'm a fucking bad motherfucker. And that would be enough. Like this sucks, but it has to suck because I'm a fucking killer. I'm a bad motherfucker. And I would go to work and I'd be like, you know, I hate this job, but like I'm training killers. When I'd be training soldiers, I'd be like, I'm training fucking killers. Or when I remember the first person that I watched die, I watched his brains get splattered. So after that happened, I had tons of fear for the next missions. And I was like literally shaking fucking when I was preparing stuff for the missions after that. And I ended up turning that into like, it's just part of the process. Fear is just a part of this process of being a fucking killer, you know? It's a good thing. It means that I'm waking up. Fear is awareness, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's just like you're naturally just reframing everything where it's for you to feel good naturally. You're not trying to extract any value from the environment whatsoever. You're just focusing on your own value and why it feels good. So when you can do this, you're able to make better decisions over your life and being like, this is my purpose. This is what I want to do. This is what makes me feel good. You can feel drawn to things and you can feel it and you have intuition about shit and you're not confused by your neediness and validation seeking and the opinions of others and blah, blah, blah. Once you get into that frame and you attract these girls with that energy, you don't need any validation. You're fucking with them for trying to get validation from you. And it's this fun little game you're playing and it's all tension. And if she's a good girl, she's doing it from a high self-esteem place where she can laugh about it. And because you don't need anything, you're not rude to her and you can just like make fun of what she's doing. And it becomes this big joke. Sometimes the girl will get you. Sometimes the girl say some shit and I'll be fucking like, you know, sometimes girls will get me. I'll feel fucking retarded and I'll be like, oh, that was good. Anyway, and I won't care, you know, I won't focus that she won that exchange, you know, and it's just like that leads to this relationship where since you don't need any validation from her and that's what attracts her to you, then when she's with you, she's going to want to support your mission. And then when you tell her what your purpose and your mission is, because you come from I feel good, I allow myself to feel good frame, you make those types of decisions, she's going to want to fucking be around you while you're pursuing that. And it's very masculine and it's very attractive to her. And she wants to complement your mission. And that's when she becomes like your servant. And then she wants to have your children and you use your mission to attract your woman and your mission is earning you money and you're able to raise a family with it and your family and your wife become complements to your mission. But it never, don't get it twisted, as fucked up as it sounds. I don't know, I haven't had a family, I don't have a family or anything yet, but as fucked up as it sounds, the way I think about it right now, it's like, yes, I love my family. I would die for my family, you know, all that good stuff. But I will never sacrifice my mission for my family. My family loves me for what I do, for who I am, for the way I hold it down, for how I provide and how I protect, but more than anything, for my authentic way of being. And I'm a role model for my family. I'm a king of my castle, king of my kingdom. And that's what the relationship is based on. So if you need girlfriend game or you don't know how you're gonna have to have a girlfriend, you're caught in a validation loop. And I hope you guys can see how it's not this egotistical, selfish thing where you're trying to extract value from the environment and you're like, I need a bitch to be my servant and I need my kids to shut the fuck up and listen to me because I'm the one in charge and I'm the fucking man. And if they don't listen to me, fuck them because they're not giving me the value or the result that I want. And it's an a value extraction frame. If you're not like that, then it makes sense that they're going to respect that you're on your mission. And from this position of depth and strength and grounded energy, you're able to give them love and gifts from a genuine place. And you're not this like guy trying to be a dad or trying to play the role of a husband or trying to like fulfill any role and submitting your energy to it. On the contrary, conversely, you understand how those things complement your energy rather than you have to give your energy to them. So when you figure this balance out, and it even starts here when the pickup is going on. This is a constant, this is the frame. This is the frame for the whole relationship. And like I said, because the girl is caught in a validation seeking loop and that's her path to validation, then she can get comfort from you because when she gets old and ugly and fat or whatever, hopefully she doesn't, but when she loses her looks and she's post wall, she never figured out how to transcend the validation loop because her path is different. So it's silly, really, to criticize a girl for having that different path than ours. It's just a different path, and she's equipped to receive to achieve all that validation that she wants. Especially if in particular, the really hot bitches, you even really like not that hot chicks get fucking validation more than just like even good looking guys sometimes. It's just like it's not that crazy. They're able to accomplish it. And then when she fucking loses that ability, she's locked you down and she's trapped you, I guess how they like to say, she's locked you down and you're self-validated. And her validation comes from your self-validation, and you become her source of validation and her source of strength. And she's going to constantly be testing it, making sure it's still there, that it maintains the attraction. And it all starts here in the beginning, dudes.
Dysfunctional. The reason why is not something that you need to address with her. You may want to evaluate why you walked away after you walked away to find out whether or not it was something you did that was a mistake. If you determine that you didn't break one of the rules, forget about it. It doesn't matter what her reason was. The only thing that's important in this critique is, did you do something wrong? And if you did something wrong, learn from the mistake and don't do it again. 90% of the time, those principles are going to save your money, time, energy, heartache. The archetypal male, he's not going to be supplicating to status or money.
Yeah, he's basically just talking about that. Like I said, you're going to become the girl's source of validation. Your self-validation is going to become her source of validation. But if she gets into these loops where she needs constant revalidation from you all the time, she's a low SE, low self-esteem girl, and she's going to be draining your energy. She should not be a drain on you. And the way she drains your energy is having to constantly feel validated by you and take your self-validating energy that you focus on yourself that grounds you and having to like give it to her. This is why you see the fucking banshee or the succubus or the sirens that call the fucking sailors over and then they eat them. Those are all metaphors for what women do. They use their beauty, these toxic women. They use their beauty to attract you and then suck all your life energy, all your grounded energy out of you. So if she starts falling into these behaviors, if you really love her, I guess you can check her real quick. But if she keeps doing it, you got to let her go. You got to let her go. And if she wants to, and then once I let her go, man, I don't know. I don't think I could be back with her. It's just like, you got to look for another girl. So, but just be aware that on some level, she's always going to be trying to get validation from you. It's just her path. Okay. It's not bad that she does it. It's important how she does it, though. If it comes from a high SE, a high self-esteem place, or a low SE place. If it comes from a high SE place, she's going to be nice to you. She's going to serve you. She's going to fucking compliment you, try to big you up. And then she makes you feel so good that every once in a while, you're like, damn, I love you, girl. God damn, girl, that was fucking great, girl. Nobody does it like you fucking do it, girl. Thanks. And then you go back to what you were doing. And she went about it in a very healthy way. She's very open and direct and honest with her communication. It's all out on the table. A low SE girl is gonna you don't give her the validation and she's gonna start throwing little jabs at you and fucking with your shit and be trying to look through your fucking phone and trying to hurt you because when she doesn't get the validation she wants from you, she takes that as a fucking, like a jab or an insult, like you don't care about her or whatever. So then she wants to project that hurt onto you because she can't hold it. She can't acknowledge her own fucking spiraling destructive behaviors that she has. A high SE girl, on the other hand, if you don't give her the validation, she'll respect it. She'll give you the space that you need. And she knows you'll eventually validate her because you love her, Just like when we are going into a set, we don't need the girl to validate us because we know we got that frame. And if she's into us at all, she's eventually going to give it to us, But while we're in between, we can fuck with her. We can have fun. We're letting her go. We're doing whatever we want. She comes back to you. You're talking to other girls. It's just like there's none of this attachment or neediness whatsoever.
Money. If you're walking around interacting with people as a peer, judging them only based on...
I'm going to let this play for like 5 minutes so we can get a little bit more because there's still fucking like 11 minutes left. So I don't want to be up. If I fucking take the whole time, I'm gonna be up here for like 5 or 6 hours, man.
On
and I
their
wanna be done.
personality, the way they carry themselves, the way they treat you, then you will be treated with vastly more respect. Remember, you are valuable. If you're impressed with status or money or anything like
Really
that,
valuable.
it puts you at a disadvantage. The archetypal male is someone with his own vision, his own ideas, his own way of doing things.
Transcendent
And
belief.
if you want to come along with him, you're perfectly welcome to come along. But don't get in the way. And that's the way he
Don't
lives
get in
his
the way,
life.
bitch.
When you're this guy, people don't wonder. They already know.
Don't be
You
in
have
the way.
character. They treat you like one of the group. That's why it looks effortless for archetypal male to assimilate into every situation. He acts like wherever he is, he's supposed to be there. He doesn't walk around like a tourist.
You need to be bulletproof against women, beauty, and their sexiness and all this other stuff. But you also have to be bulletproof against things like money and power.
Just his automatic behavior.
Certain behaviors always have certain specific results. If you show up as wealthy, successful, powerful businessman, and that's the game you're playing, you will attract some girl that's looking for a sugar daddy.
If you just would let go of that last point of resistance, which is that super hot women won't pursue me because they don't have to, you just believe that they would. Women's lives revolve around the archetypal males because the women are courting us.
What you got to understand is
Yes, dude, that's what I've been spitting this whole time. Once you can see their game, you can game them. If you guys are so like, how do I game? If you're still kind of trapped in that, okay? All game is building tension. So when you can see, a lot of guys will have this thing where they're like, why would a girl ever like me? Why would a hot girl ever be into me? You know, it doesn't allow you to see the game. And all the girls naturally fucking do it because their path to validation is different. They're all naturally going to start trying to game you by trying to extract validation from you. And when you can see it, not only will you start to believe, you'll start to see that all girls do it. So you're going to be like, yeah, this hot girl is going to try to fucking game me. I don't know how crazy that sounds to you guys. I know that used to sound super crazy to me when it'd be like, the girl games me? What do you mean the girl games me? No talking shit to Bill here, but that's the kind of questions that people ask when they say, or it was young villain, do you need to go through a phase to achieve more technicality? How do you close if you're doing nothing by Bill? Again, I'm not talking shit about you guys, but I'm just saying it's like, when you think like that, you can't even see. You're like, the girl games me? What do you mean? Don't I have to game the girl? Aren't I losing power when I approach? Don't I have to do a fucking neg to get the power back and IOD or blah, blah, blah? No, the girl will game you. They will all game you. It doesn't matter how hot they are. If you don't give them the validation because their fucking path to validation is that path, it's going to create tension. And they're going to try to fucking game you, dudes. They're going to try to like get you to be like, yeah, to like pump up your energy. And like, they're going to try to fucking fuck with you, you know? I will say some girls will just approach you and they'll just have fun with you because they like you for whatever. And you can just have fun with them. And there's really not any validation seeking. But at some point, if a girl likes you, she's going to start trying to get validated. They all do it. All girls game you. All of them. Especially when you realize, and some of them game you in the beginning, you give them validation right away, and they're like, oh, I conquered this guy, and they turn it off. But they all will fucking game you at some fucking point if you are in the space enough, you know, and they see that you just feel good on your fucking own. If you walk up and give them the validation immediately, because you have these needy fucking subcommunications, it's not gonna allow them to game you. If you're like, how do you even game a girl? That means you're probably walking up too strategic, too needy, too validation seeking, and the girl never even has the space to game you. Once you drop game, it'll allow it to happen. The girls will game you.
The beautiful women need that emotional charge. Guys aren't like that. Brent and I have a buddy. He is an older guy, late 50s. He's overweight. He's got long hair, dresses like shit. He is an absolute rock star with chicks. He'll walk in, he'll take complete control of the conversation, and these 18-year-olds will be all over it in 10, 15 minutes. He doesn't spend dime one. He doesn't even have money.
He doesn't want guys to learn what he knows because he says, look, they're all helping me. Because every guy who's an over pursuer is just pushing women into my bed. And I don't do all the things that guys who look like me do. And so women can't get enough of me. And they go, I'm nothing to look at. They cannot get enough of me. I'm sure one of the guys that we know looks like you, had your same kind of lifestyle, but is operating on a whole new level.
It's really about the way he reacts, to women he has feelings for. Never allows his internal feelings towards a woman to affect his outward actions or responses directly or indirectly. For a lot of you, you'll see a beautiful woman and you'll freeze up. That
Listen to that part.
never allows his internal feelings.
Answers your
It's
question.
really about the way he reacts to women he has feelings for. Never allows his internal feelings towards a woman to affect his outward actions or responses directly or indirectly. For a lot of you, you'll see a beautiful woman and you'll freeze or responses directly or indirectly. For a lot of you, you'll see a beautiful woman and you'll freeze up. That becomes readily.
Okay, to answer your question, if you're even thinking about this, bro, she's already got you. You know, she already conquered you, essentially, because you're already like, wait, but don't I have to do something? No. You let your intent be known. If she's gonna start to game you. I think that's the missing piece for you, my friend. You're not seeing how she's gonna game you. Like, I think you're still thinking like, I need to get her into me. I need to attract her. I need to do stuff to get her to like me. She's not going to approach a stranger and game him, right? It's like she will. I mean, I will agree with you. It's very rare that a girl approaches me, but they do AIs. They do approach invitations. You know, they'll approach you with their eyes. They'll rub against you. They'll give you a proximity alert, like when they stand close to you. They'll do this thing where they stand with their back to you and they have their friend looking at what you're doing. Like, I mean, it becomes so obvious when they're doing it, and you're only gonna attract girls like that when you're in your own energy. This is why I was saying before, go places that are social, there are girls there, and when you could do stuff that you like. It could be the park, it could be fucking whatever it is that you like to do, and you go to the arcade, you know what I mean? And if you know that girls go there, go eat some tacos somewhere where the hot girls all eat tacos, whatever it is. I'm sure you could probably figure it out on Instagram and like see what the local girls. I don't have Instagram, but I'm sure there's a way you can figure out where the hot bitches are going. If you really don't know, then go to like downtown to like the most poppin' spot in town. And if you live in a small town, go to a fucking city, you know? And if you can travel, go to hot girl destinations. That's gonna become your biggest problem, bro. It, all game becomes at the end of the day is just logistics. Can you even set up situations where you can even meet these girls? You know, so put yourself where the hot girls are and don't fucking give a fuck about them. Just give a fuck about having fun. If you see a hot girl that you like, go approach her. Don't, I mean, maybe you're gonna start. What am I gonna say? You're gonna jump into like, I need game, into strategy mode. That's fine. That's cool. If that's where you're at, still go approach her anyway. And don't fucking think about what you're going to say. Just say hi. Just be like, hi, my name is whatever your name is. What's up? Oh, I know, like, I noticed you. You're incredible. What's up? You know, whatever it is. If she's with her friend, doesn't fucking matter. Be like, hey, what's up? I like your, and then look at her friend, like, I really like your friend. And then just whatever it is, just get the conversation going. Show interest. On another level, really, at the end of the day, all game is you guys are showing each other interest. You know, it's just how you do it. It's like everybody has these needs. Girls want to fuck. Guys want to fuck. It's just how we get these needs met. And there are just some unavoidables. You have to approach her. You have to talk with her. You know what I mean? You have to fucking show her interest, and then she shows you interest back. But if you're showing interest in a needy way and you need her to like you and you're strategizing and it's painted on your face that you're trying to fucking work some magic rather than just being your fucking self, she might give it to you because she just likes you for whatever reason. She just thinks you're a nice guy. She likes your look. But I mean, great. You can't rely on that. You just have to, what you can rely on is she's going to be attracted to a guy that doesn't need anything from her and is grounded in his own energy. So to say, if you're being too nonchalant, you can't be too nonchalant if you don't need anything. If you don't need anything, you can't be too anything because you don't need shit from her. You don't put conditions on your ability to feel good, and you're not putting her validating you as a condition to feel good. You just walk up, you feel good, you state your intent, you fuck with her a little bit. She tries to game you, you make fun of her a little bit, whatever. Maybe she doesn't, maybe she just says fun stuff, you say fun stuff back, whatever it is. You just kind of give her attention for a second. She gets a feel for you. You get a feel for her. It has to be natural as well. Sometimes I approach girls and they're fucking, you know, they're receptive and everything, but I'm just like, she's not really that fun. And I just fucking bounce. You know what I mean? Nice to meet you. It's good to meet you. And that's it. Sometimes I approach girls from behind And then they turn around, I'm like, oh shit, I don't want to talk with this girl. And I'll be like, sorry, I thought you were somebody else. And I'll fucking, eject out of there. But bro, you have to just get out of this. You just have to learn to see, which I've been taught. Watch this shit back, when on the replay. The girls are gaming you. The girls are gaming you. You just set stuff up. You set up a frame. What I've been talking about this entire fucking stream is the frame. So the girl games you, and then you just fucking fuck with her, And if she's gaming you, she's in her process rather than paying attention to your process. If she's in her fucking shit, she's giving you endless material to fucking game her. You know what I mean? And if you allow silences to hold, you're not judging her for fucking wanting anything. You're not like shaming her like for being a slut or some shit. Some guys have these weird fucking communications where they're like, you're not a whore, are you? They have that kind of communication to them. Like if you're just feeling good, bro, at the end of the day, just feel good. And if the girl's hot, that's going to turn you on. That's going to make you feel good. That's all you need. And then you could just go up, be like, bam. She'll fucking be like, she'll respond or she'll do whatever she does. And then she's gaming you now. And that's all that it is, bro. Like I said, watch this back on the replay. Continue listening as I play the rest of this Rick H shit. But that's what I've been saying this entire fucking stream. You're setting up the conditions so she games you. And you don't need anything from her. You can see her game so you can fuck with her. And it's all that it is, bro. It's just, you just can't see it right now. You're still thinking that you need to game her when she's actually the one gaming you. You need to give her that space to game you.
Really obvious to the woman. There's nothing wrong with feeling attracted to the woman as long as it doesn't affect your outward show. Most guys don't know how to manage their inner reaction, that you can separate it from your external reaction. One of the techniques, you got to keep breathing, slow, deliberate, deep breath. One of the things that'll happen to guys when they get excited, see a beautiful girl, they start breathing shallow and fast. This changes not only your physiology, but it also scrambles your brain. It puts you into something very similar to a fight or flight response. The archetypal male is always in control of his internal state. Part of doing that is not allowing your state to manage you. You have to manage your mental state.
One of the things off the top of my head that we talked about earlier was you could use these techniques when a girl says, great, let's get out of here. Use these techniques to chill out in the moment and you'll just roll with it. It's how you react that will cement her decision. The more you are allowing women to put themselves in the courting position, and when they do, you reward them by being cool with it so they don't feel.
Yeah, and like they are gonna do that. If they're very feminine, they're gonna give you opportunity. They're gonna give you windows of escalation. Take them. If you want to, take it. Take it. That's how you know they're feeling you. They're gonna start to try to game you. You're gonna get through it. They're gonna be like, this guy doesn't give a fuck. They're gonna let go of the fucking, their whole like gaming each other frame. They're gonna get what they need and know that that's not the frame, that you've set the right communication. And then they're just gonna start being on you and start fucking like opening themselves up to you and getting their face real close to you and like rubbing against you and like wanting to dance with you and asking you fucking very personal questions. It's like, and telling you, they start doing the shit where they're like, look at my Facebook. You want to see my Instagram? They are asking you for your Instagram and shit like that. It's like, they're going to start giving you these windows of escalation.
Feel judged, the more that behavior will become normal to women and they will start to exhibit it more openly.
The archetypal male is a good communicator who's not afraid to say what they want to do. A lot of guys are afraid that if he were to tease a girl or if they were to disagree with her, she's not going to accept it. One of the things about being a good communicator is clearly stating what you want and what you believe. Having values, having opinions is sexy. If you want to make somebody think that you're a brilliant conversationalist, get them talking about themselves and listen and ask questions, probing questions, and they'll continue to give you more information about themselves. Guys will go, when I'm talking to a girl, I run out of things to say. A good communicator allows her to do most of the talking. Take what she's saying and you can make fun of her. You can do all kinds of things that are playful, but show that you are in control.
Selective hearing, sexual banter, conveying that you might be interested by asking the question, what have you been up to? It can be fun.
Girls will tell you exactly what's necessary to sleep with them. I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've slept with chicks just because I sat there and listened and she told me how some guy seduced her. They will tell you these things. Sit back and listen. She'll tell you that there was some loser that was calling her all the time. Don't do that. You can make fun of her with that. You're going to love me then. She'll go, why? Because I'll never take you to dinner or call you.
Yeah, but you see, guys, They're gonna game you. They're gonna start to game you, and you like hand over the microphone. There's this great line that Rick H did. This great move that he did where he did the whole like double book. So he invites a girl. This is when he was talking about his threesomes. That's on Drive One, by the way. If you want to watch it, I think it's called the Legendary Rick H. I think that's the name of the file on Drive One. But he says that he did this thing where he invited a girl. He double invited girls. The first girl gets there. He starts having fun with her. The second girl gets there, super hot, and they sit down. And then instead of sitting there and trying to game them, he gets up and he leaves. He's like, I got to go use the bathroom. And then he allows the girls to talk. And they end up coming to a conclusion on their own. And they're like, yeah, you know what's going on? They figure it out. And then he comes back 15 minutes later and they're good. Like they figured out that that's what they want. It was a big risk because they could be like, fuck this guy, you know? But if he set the frame up right, the girls are going to know that he's a high value guy. He comes back and then they're just both on him. He allows the girls to go through their process and game him. That's how it works, dudes. They start to game you.
You know,
You have to give them
You're
that
leading
space.
by asking questions.
if you're doing a monologue, you can't engage in the really interesting kind of banter that we like to engage in. If she's doing most of the conversation, you can comment, you can interject, creatively misinterpret what she's saying. You can play all kinds of games.
Yeah.
This is good communication. Being a good communicator is not talking nonstop. Many of these characteristics revert back to this core principle in the steady port in the storm. Extremely powerful with women, but it's also very powerful with business. Anytime you see an emergency, you see most of the people looking for who's going to lead them out of it. They're looking for somebody to follow. Most people desperately want to follow.
Most of the time, they're finding just other people who are also looking around.
When everything else is falling apart, you're like a rock. Everyone will follow you. Before you make your decision, think it out.
Yeah, because they need reassurance, right? This goes back to this whole like needing validation, needing reassurance. Most people will follow the person with the strongest frame. Like again, and when you have that, it allows space for people to come to you.
But once you make your decision, follow it all the way through. One of the major problems that guys have with getting women to react positively towards them is that they're not comfortable with themselves. Women match in your behavior. If you aren't comfortable with you, they're not going to be comfortable with you. If you are in a situation and you're strong and you're relaxed, she's going to be calm and relaxed. If you're unsure, she's going to be unsure. If you consider yourself valuable, they will consider you valuable. Looking outside yourself for any kind of validation, that will never work for you. Everybody who wants something from you will be trying to trade validation for whatever they want to get out of it. That's not a healthy trade. Self-validate. When you're self-validated, people are guests in your world. You're not a guest in there. You are the cause of everything that's going around. You are not reacting.
You set the frame so they can fucking game you.
To the will of others. There are people out there that if something will go wrong, they blame themselves for everything. If these things are outside your cause and effect spectrum, you can't do anything about it. Guys are walking around being victims all the time. If you are a victor rather than a victim, if some girl walks away from you or is not interested, if you made a mistake in your approach to her, being at cause means that when she walks away, you think, is she broken or did I do something wrong? If you did something wrong, you go, I broke that rule. I won't do that again.
If you
did something wrong, it means that you needed something from her at some point and you didn't get that validation and it fucked up your frame. She felt it. She walked away, or she just wasn't interested because you're just not her type. But if you're feeling bad afterward, like you weren't good enough and you start shitting on yourself because you didn't get the validation, again, that's something you can learn. You should feel no different before you approach. After approach, like before you approach, you'll feel a little different during the approach because the girl's hot and she's going to turn you on and she's going to charge you up. But before you saw her and after she walks away, if she wasn't interested in you, or even if she was interested in you, you are still the same person. If you're like, I need to text her, you start strategizing, needing her and overanalyzing everything that happened so you can figure out what to do next, strategizing, you're fucking up, man.
didn't break any of the rules, and it's just something that's outside of you and only about her, you move on. Either way, you need to let it go and move on. So whether you did something wrong, you don't want to try to go back and fix it with the very same girl because you need some kind of closure rather than letting it go and then learning from it and then changing your behavior for next time.
When you're reaching out and trying to
Validation
fix
seeking.
something you screwed up, you're trying to validate yourself through somebody else. If you did do something wrong, don't do it again. If you did, forget about it.
It is not possible to be pursued because you're worried about it and you're giving off that vibe. It's tainted by the cue that you gave her to treat you. If you're pursuing, you get caught on that hamster wheel for years. It's like getting...
They're saying what I'm saying now. Like, they're just saying it straight up. I've been saying this the whole stream. They haven't watched this in years. Okay? They're saying the same shit, guys. Okay? Do not validation hunt. Do not need anything from her to feel good. Do not put conditions on yourself to feel good. You feeling good is enough. Just feel good.
caught up in trying to fix something that isn't fixable, that you've already ruined. And then you try not pursuing everything going forward, even if you're doing it correctly. It's not enough. That's why it's so important to be this archetypal male from the very beginning.
The worldview where you can never know enough is extremely powerful. When you're having conversations with people, if you know what they know about or are interested in, automatically it's a major plus for you. Think of the classic Renaissance man.
One other thing I want to mention here is it's not about being a know-it-all.
If you're not making a big deal of it, then it's normal. But from her perspective, it's not normal at all because nobody knows the stuff you know and nobody can do the stuff you can do. You're better off knowing a little bit about 20 things than a lot about 2 things. Chicks.
Again, this is within the proper frame. She's not going to give a fuck about what you know or who the fuck you are if you have a fucking needy frame where you're gaming her rather than she's gaming you. If she's gaming you, she's going to take this shit that you're saying as opportunities to talk with you more and get you to fucking escalate on her and try to bait you, which is very natural. It's girls' natural nature to attract guys. They're built for it. Look at any girl's fucking Instagram or fucking whatever. If it's a hot chick, they have all kinds of shit about them looking fucking hot and trying to show off their body and shit like that. It's in their nature. They will reset to that nature when they feel comfortable through with a dominant male. Dominant mean that he has his own energy, grounded in his own energy. He needs no validation from anybody to feel how he feels. He fully is just what he feels and is on his own. When she feels that from you, she's naturally going to start trying to gain you and use her attractive qualities. That's why girls, you'll see girls like, why aren't guys approaching me anymore? You know, like, why aren't guys trying to gain me? Because I want to be a hot girl for them, and I can't do that if a guy doesn't walk up to me. Trigger her game.
It's another landmine that guys not only step on, they jump up and down on it. Stop being invested in a single outcome. The archetypal male is not interested whether one woman is interested in him or not. He's not even aware of it. We're sorting for the women that are interested in us.
What if the ones who are chasing me are ugly and the ones who don't want me are the super hot ones? Even asking that question, you have a limiting belief, because every moment you are searching for a particular situation that this may or may not apply to, you are searching for an excuse to not live this life.
There's a very obvious answer to this. Start talking to beautiful women. It's your fault. It's not their fault. You just haven't given the beautiful ones the opportunity yet. I've never seen a guy.
You haven't given them the opportunity because you can feel at an intuitive level that you have needy game. You know something is wrong with your game. So you get possibly anxious that if you walk up, you get this performance anxiety where you're like, I need to perform right. The hotter girls are harder to get. My game needs to be more on point. So I'm not ready for the really hot ones yet. I'm going to try these easier ones, which is fucking completely backwards. And I'm going to work on my game and blah, blah, blah. I need more game. I need more game. Where it's like, you're creating your own fucking problem. You're digging your own grave. Drop game and give them the opportunity to game you.
Not once, and I've been doing this for 25 years. There's not one case where a guy is successful with average-looking girls, and that same guy cannot bang supermodels, except for if he doesn't talk to them. There's guys with limiting beliefs that will only talk to girls so hot, and then he's afraid of the ones that are really hot. He doesn't give them the option.
The hotter she is, the more you're going to be turned on, the more she's going to put you in fucking state, the stronger your fucking frame is going to be because you're going to be coming in from a higher charged fucking frame. Your frame does not change. She will feel the higher charge. It will be super fucking intriguing to her when you don't need shit. The hotter they are, the better it makes your game. Approach the hottest girls. Approach cute girls. Approach girls that turn you on in any way. But the ones that really turn you on, those are the ones you have to approach more than anybody else because it's a fucking treasure that you found because it's gonna fucking girls inspire us. It's just like get out of this mentality where girls need to serve you and are fucking whores and fucking you care about them not having less than 10 bodies and you're judging them constantly and shit like that. I'm not saying get with chicks that have like 100 bodies either, but I'm saying don't get wrapped up in them needing to have all these things before they can get access to you. You know what I mean? That's all humongous fucking coke, bro. Talk to the hot girls. Just talk with them. And when you can do that, your game will improve, especially, or it'll expose your neediness. And you can think about it after, like, man, I really wanted her validation. And look at how it's affecting me. I can't stop thinking about her. I have to let this shit go. You know, it's going to make you aware of how needy you are. And once you will know when you approach and you're just like, whatever, you completely forget about her. You'll forget you even approached her and she'll send you a text later in the day, maybe, or you'll text her and she'll send you a text like the next day. It'll be like, oh, yeah, I forgot. You don't even remember what she looks like. You get what I'm saying? That's where you need to be.
Opportunity to be with him. He is limiting them. They are not limiting him. He is at cause.
That's where you need to be. I'm not saying this as a technique. I'm saying this, it is a byproduct of when you're not fucking needy. You will just not think about the girls and be like constantly trying to fucking look at game. If you still are the needing game, maybe it's just interesting, honestly, because I still watch game and I look at it just to like pick it apart and be like, it's crazy. I was saying this at the beginning of the stream. It's crazy watching the red pill guys, how fucking cucked they are by needing to prove their value and build their value when your value is inherent. Your value is fucking inherent. So it's like, I still watch shit for that. I'm not saying don't ever watch game, but if you're watching game because you think you need it, if you're not approaching hot girls because you're like, my game isn't good enough and shit like that, you got to drop that shit. You got to drop it, guys.
For his problem. So if that's you, the beautiful girls want you, you just don't give them the opportunity. If you were to treat a beautiful girl the exact same way you treat an average girl, the beautiful girl would dig you too. If anything, you got to make fun of them more. If you're following the advice that we're giving here, then you're only going to meet girls that are interested in you. There's not going to be any other kind. You're not going to notice them. There's a lot of guys out there that get trapped because they've decided, okay, this is what I want, the perfect girl, and settle down and have a family, and this one will do right here. So I'm going to get this one. That girl may not be the best one for you. There may be another one that serves you better. Give yourself permission. Believe that you deserve an exceptional woman, not just a beautiful one. You are exceptional yourself. That an exceptional woman is going to want to stay with you regardless whether or not you want to stay with her. This belief system is extremely powerful. The archetypal male, his worldview says that not only does he deserve a great woman, once he gets one, he's going to have her as long as he wants her because we're his.
Okay. Fuck. 3:32:22 is the end of this fucking what we've got into, guys. Holy shit. I usually go to bed at like fucking 10 to 30, so I'm fucking exhausted right now, dude. It's 11 fucking 10 right now. Okay, dudes. If you have any questions, fucking leave them in the comments. You can ask me now if you're on the stream, but like if you're watching the replay, leave me a question on the comments. There was somebody that left me a question on the last stream. I love when I get asked questions. Remember, like he was saying at the end there, we are exceptional men. What makes us exceptional men is that we're not caught, as you know, I'm going to say it again, in the validation loop. We do not need anything from anybody. And we also understand, we have empathy for the female version of game. So once you can see how your game is cutting girls off from allowing them to game you, you can start to fucking overcome this. Now, there might be some of you guys out there that might be like, I know this is what I would have been thinking. I would have been like, I need to start looking up girl videos that talk about female psychology and shit like that. I mean, that's cool. If you feel like you need to do that, that's cool. I would say that would probably be a better investment of your time if you're focusing on game. Literally, pros, just watch me. As conceited as that sounds, just watch me because I'm gonna keep putting it in your fucking head to drop all this fucking game. That's literally what I say every fucking stream. I also recommend to you before you go out, watch me or watch whatever the fuck to pump you up and get you excited about approaching girls. All you should really need are the girls themselves. Okay. The girls themselves are what's going to pump you up. But if you're like being fucking a bitch, you know, and you're like, I don't want to go out or I don't know, or whatever the fuck, you know, it's like, you got to go out. You have to go where the girls are. Number one, go where the fucking hot girls are. Once you go there, drop your fucking game. Okay. Learn how to feel good with or without the girls. Learn to pump your own fucking state and just not put any conditions on feeling good. Of course, you're not going to be a fucking asshole and lighting the bar on fire and fucking taking a shit in the middle of the bar. I'm not saying that. You're still fucking being a regular person, but just go have fucking fun and wherever the fuck. That's why we go out. That's what people go out for. They go out to have fun. So when I go out, I'm like, oh, I'm going to go play pool, or I'm gonna go dance, or I'm gonna go skate, or I'm gonna go for a run, or I'm gonna go to the fucking supermarket, whatever I'm gonna go do. I get excited. I was like, oh, I'm gonna leave the house. I'm so excited to leave the house. And then I leave the house, and then if there are girls there, I fucking go for it if I want to. You know, sometimes I don't always go for it. I don't want to make myself sound. This sucks. I know. I hate this. Where I make myself sound like I'm just on all the time. I mean, I am all the time, but I'm saying like I'm just like slaying bitches all the time, and I'm fucking. I never fail, and I never get rejected. I get rejected a ton. My percentage, if you had to give me a percentage, is dude, it's like it's super low, you know? But the thing is, if I just do straight cold approaches, especially at this age, you know, when I was in my 20s, it was much higher. I was getting much hotter chicks too, just from cold approaching. I could probably still do it, but it's just not as easy as it was before. You know, the girls need a little bit more reassurance that I'm not like some creepy old dude, you know? Luckily, I don't look 43. People typically tell me I look like I'm in my 30s or 20s. So that helps me. But I mean, it's not as easy as it was before when I was fucking 26 or 27 or 29, you know, when it was just like I had just gotten back from my rock and I had all that fucking killer energy pent up in me. Like I was fucking like it was so much easier back then. But just go out to have fun, okay? You can go out just to approach girls and to Sarge and stuff, go with your buddy. That's cool, but that shouldn't be what you're focusing on. You should just be focusing on building up your own fun. Go out and have fun. Learn to have fun on your own. Learn to not put conditions on you feeling good. And you do that by choosing things that make you feel good and going to do them. And naturally, that's going to make you feel good when you do those things. So do shit like that. The things that feel good are the things that allow you to express your talents, your gifts, your intelligence, you know, these things that you have inside you that you want to let out, you're naturally drawn to. Go do those fucking things. You might have a block that's not even allowing you to be aware of these things within you because you're like so caught in a validation loop that you don't even know what the fuck you like to do. You don't even know what the fuck you want because you're so focused on extracting value and blah, 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 you know? Drop that shit. All right. Be aware of that shit that you're doing. Stop it. What do you like to do for fun? If you're not good at anything, what is something that's interesting that you could get good at? What is something that go fucking swimming? Go, and it doesn't even have to be with girls, you know, like just start doing things that are interesting or fucking fun to you. Those of you guys going to college, you have a fucking abundance of chicks. And if you're college age and you know, you're in your 20s as well, or like 19, 20, like the girls, you know, oh my goodness, bro. Just like walk up and just give them the ability to game you. That's literally all we're doing when we're walking up to these chicks. We manage it in the beginning a little bit. We come in, they, you know, even the girls that are like super grateful for you, they're still gonna kind of be like shocked a little bit. They're gonna be like, oh, this guy's talking to me. You know, that's still gonna happen to them. You're still gonna have to like set the frame and chill them out. And the way you set the frame is, like I said, is to not put any conditions on anything. Just fucking you're attracted and that's enough. And you're just showing interest, you know, however that is. You can be direct, you can be indirect. She knows what the fuck is going on. That initial interaction, you're just showing interest. She shows interest back. If she doesn't show interest back, you're like, okay, whatever. Maybe you try a little bit more. You try to keep her in set a little bit. Maybe she has these little defenses. You don't know what's going on with her. You could try to push it a little bit. If you really like her, it shouldn't be that hard to push it a little bit. But I mean, be able to walk away as well. You shouldn't feel any need to say things to get a reaction. Just walk up and say what you got to say. And if you don't know what to say, just introduce yourself. Ask her for her name. Make an observation about what she's wearing or how. I feel like this. Just say what you're. It doesn't matter what you say, because when you say it, if you just feel good and it doesn't fucking matter, and you put no conditions on having to say the right thing so you can validate yourself, you literally just feel good and you just say whatever the fuck you're thinking, and that's enough. The shit you say is not even going to be that high of a bar. You know, that's why I'm having trouble sometimes during the stream being like, well, I would say this, and I have to like think about it for a second. You know what I mean? Because when you're in set and the girl is hot and she charges you up, you just say whatever. You just say whatever. And then she's just going to be like, oh, yeah, that's interesting. Haha. You're giving her an opportunity to show you interest by showing interest by starting the conversation. She'll talk with you a little bit, and then she'll get this sense from you where you just don't give a fuck. You literally just don't care. You're just saying whatever the fuck you're thinking. And the bar is super. You're not insecure about what you're saying. You're not like, is this the right line? This is boring what I'm saying. I can't ask interview questions because that's boring. And you're putting all these fucking conditions on what you can say. Say whatever the fuck you're thinking, you know, within respectable means. I'm not saying say crazy shit like I want to rape you, bitch, or some shit like that. I'm saying just say whatever, because if you feel good, you're naturally just going to say things that feel good to you. They're just going to manifest in that moment. You're just going to be like, oh, I was just thinking this. So crazy how we met each other. Of all the places in all the world, you had to walk into my college, right, girl? What's up, girl? You could just say silly shit like that. And then she's going to look at you. She's going to fucking look at you. She's going to see that you're just looking at her and you don't give a fuck. And then she's going to be like, oh, this guy's chill. And then she's going to interact. Or she's going to see that you don't give a fuck. And maybe it'll bring up her insecurities, and she might just reject you because she's just insecure, because that puts the onus on her to then game you when she's like, oh, this is a real motherfucker. This isn't some guy trying to just like get a fucking result for me. And then when you show up like that, you can set the brain, you can bring the frame and set the bar low, and just like, it's about just feeling good and not giving a fuck, and just two people getting to know each other and being interested in each other. Like literally when you fucking meet somebody, okay? If you guys are having trouble socializing, just be curious about getting to know the other person, and you'll naturally be able to fucking ask them questions and have conversations. You're naturally going to say shit. You're going to listen. You're going to be like, oh, that's interesting. Tell me more about like listen to them on the feeling level. Be like, oh, that's cool. Like, why did you do that? You know, what was that about? Oh, that's super. Does that mean this about you? Is your family like this? And you just start like listening, not logically, because if you're stuck in a logical loop, a validation loop, you're very logical and you're like, oh, should I ask about that? What's the right question? Like, you're just curious about how they're fucking feeling. You don't even really give a fuck how much sense it makes what they're fucking saying. It's just on the feeling level, because if you feel good and you just focus on feeling good, everything is going to be a feeling and emotional exchange when the communication happens. And you know how much girls love fucking emotions. But if you're stuck in strategizing and you're stuck in game, you're stuck in a logical validation loop where stuff has to make fucking sense. This is why you see the red pill guys always arguing with chicks, and their arguments are always super logical. And they're like, fuck your feelings, facts over feelings, fucking blah, blah. And you're just like, damn, this guy has no fucking game. He's so wrapped up in his validation loop that he can't even just like give a fuck how another person is feeling and understand what they're feeling. So when you're having a conversation with somebody, that's really what's going on. There's an interest exchange, there's an emotional exchange. You're curious about getting to know each other. You listen to things that they're feeling. It makes you think of things that you felt something similar, and you relate with them. You start to connect through that way. You start comparing each other to each other on the emotional level. This is all going on the fucking emotional level. And you just start to feel good together. And because you're the one that initiated, you have the power. You're the one that came in and set this fucking frame. If you have any anxiety about it, about approaching, is because you don't know what the frame is. And to you, the frame is a performance. So you get this performance anxiety, like, oh shit, I got to turn my game mode on and show up in pickup mode, as opposed to just genuinely being curious about getting to know this other person that for whatever reason is intriguing to you, because of her looks, because of her style, this guy that you're meeting at a party, whatever it is. It's an emotional fucking exchange, and just being open with each other, showing each other emotional interest. Once you get that fucking down, dudes, she's gonna get comforted by that, and she's gonna start trying to game you. Once you start picking up, because she's gonna get in her head. She never has to fucking game guys. She's not really used to guys just coming up to her and not trying to get something from her. When you're not doing that, and you just feel good, and she feels drawn to like just this, just feel good, and just like your natural energy that you make no fucking excuses for. You just say what it is. You're calibrated. You're not some fucking weirdo. You understand how she feels. This is how you can also avoid when I'm saying don't say some crazy shit like I'm gonna grab your ass, bitch, or some shit like that. You wouldn't say that. It would make sense not to say that either. You can show intent correctly because you're emotionally tapped in to what the girl is feeling and how the things that you say are going to make her feel, and even how you're feeling when you're saying it. You know what I mean? So it's like once she feels that she has this emotional safety with you, she sees that you have no validation seeking behavior, you're completely in your own frame, feelings and energy and thoughts, and just like feeling good and not giving a fuck about anything else other than just feeling good. It's enough. It's enough. It's enough. Then she's going to be like, oh, and then she might think you're interesting. If you've got your style down, if you're like this feel good guy, you're always focused on feeling good, you're going to dress a certain way, you're going to walk a certain way, you're going to be in certain locations that are congruent with you feeling good because you come from that feeling good fucking perspective. And then you'll meet her there. You'll meet her there from this fucking frame and this perspective. And once all this gets set, naturally, she's going to fucking be like, holy shit, this guy's fucking cool. Hey, what's up, man? It's they're gonna say shit like, "Thank you for talking to me." They're gonna send you text like, "Thank you for talking to me on the street. That was so much fun. Oh my god, I'm so excited to see you again." Because you affected them on the emotional level. Get out of the logic and needing things to be structured a certain way before you can fucking just be yourself. You're stuck in logic. Go to the emotional. Give a fuck about the other person. Give a fuck about them. Don't need anything from them. Just fucking be yourself and feel good with them. Once you got that down, she'll start to game you. She'll start to ask you questions and try to be like boom, boom, boom. And then you can fucking pick up, if you understand her, as I've been talking about through this whole fucking stream, if you understand her, you can fuck with her when she tries to say shit to game you, and you can build tension and you can just fuck around with her. And it's completely fun. And then you have your conversation, you're able to be like, all right, I gotta go. Or if you're at a fucking bar or something, you talk to her for like 5, 6 minutes, you have some banter. Oh, yeah, it was really nice to meet you. I'll see you around. I'm gonna go dance, or I'm gonna go fucking be at the bar now. I'm gonna see what's up with other people here. It was really nice to meet you. What's your name again? I'm fucking Cash. Hey, let me get your number real quick. Maybe I'll see you later. I'm gonna be hanging out at some other bar later. Maybe I'll text you. And if you've already established that comfort and you've been fucking with her, you've been having fun, it's okay. You're not judging her. You're not putting, again, all these logical fucking restrictions on the interaction where things need to be a certain way before you can allow yourselves to feel good. She's going to be like, this guy's fun. What does fun mean? It means that it feels good. What does feel good mean? It means that it energizes you. What energizes you in what way? Emotionally. So it's like the things that your emotions are wrapped up in. If you cannot allow yourself to just feel, you cannot fucking have fun with people because you're like this fucking weirdo that's like, oh, I need to get things. Oh, everything is like, fuck everybody that fucking is like, fuck Trump or fuck Biden or fuck the world has to, it's not how I need control all the time. Logic, logic, logic. You're not going to be able to have that kind of fucking communication with her. And the more you do it, the more girls that you talk with, the more you drop game and you just make it about feeling good and not getting a result, and you just have fun and you're tapped into your feel good emotions and what energizes you and caring about other people, and you feel connected to others. First, you must feel connected to yourself. The shit comes naturally. And then when you want to close, when you want to take her home, blah, 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 you just tell her like, hey, I'm getting out of here, or I'm leaving, or she'll come up to you and she'll ask you for your number. You'll be like, hey, you want to meet my friends, or like introduce me to your friends, or whatever it is. Give her an opportunity to keep the interaction going and game you some more and impress you, because she loves that you're this guy that she just can't figure out. She can't get him to like fucking chase her. And she's just like, who the fuck even is this guy? He must have like a big dick, or he must be fucking rich, or whatever. And this is how I, who am old, short, broke, and I don't know what else, you know what I mean? But I basically have no fucking game, no fucking looks, money, status, or really, because I've dropped my game, I don't really have game either. I don't have any of the traditional things that society tells you you need to have. And I'm fucking the hottest chicks in my fucking life. You know what I mean? Like I'm fucking dimes, bro. Like I'm fucking hot ass chicks. Okay. I'm meeting girls, no problem. I have girls texting me from Europe and stuff, being like, hey, how have you been? And just like catching up with me. You know, not all of them, but some of them. And girls are just curious about me and want to know how I'm doing. So it's just like, you cannot have this life of abundance until you fucking drop game. This whole stream was about that. Okay, guys? Again, as I said, I just want to show you guys one last thing before I fucking bounce, is that I'm going on this trip. I mentioned it on the last fucking, I'm going on my pickup pilgrimage. I mentioned this on the last fucking stream. I actually have the route mapped out now. So I am here right now. I am like here, Ensenada. This is exactly where I am, okay? I'm right here. I don't know if this is like an eddy or what kind of body of water this is, but I live right by here. I live like, if you can't see it now, but when you look out into my window during the day, sometimes you'll see the water. This is the water that you're looking at, okay? I want to say like I'm over here at the top of it. So I'm going from here. I'm flying my ass down to the southernmost city in the world, Ushuaia. It's an indigenous word. From here, I've already got my Airbnb. I've already got my ticket. It's already set. February 22nd, I'm leaving. I don't know if you guys can see. Sorry, I don't know if you guys could see that. Hold on. If anybody can tell me, could you guys see that? If anybody's fucking, could you guys see when I was zooming in on fucking Ensenada? Here, I'll do it one more time. I don't know if you guys were able to fucking see it, but. Okay, so I am here. I don't know if the fucking screen is black right now, so I'm gonna switch back and that'll like unblacken the screen. I'm gonna have to eventually hire a fucking tech dude, guys, to like help me with shit. So I'm in Ensenada. The part of Ensenada that I'm in is at the top of this fucking like little slit here. It's a lengüeta in Spanish. I don't know what it's called in English, but it's like this inland fucking body of water. I'm at the tip of that, like around there. So like I said, when you look out there during the day and I stream, you can see the water. That's what you're looking at. So thanks, Vulcan Worf. So you can see. Okay, so I'm gonna go from there. I'm gonna go to the most southern city in the world, which is Ushuaia, which, like I said, is a fucking indigenous word. I think it means like southernmost point or some shit. Okay, so as you can see, Ushuaia, it's a part of an island. There's actually a little river right by where Ushuaia is. It looks like it connects at the bottom. There's a little river there that breaks it off, and like it's an island, barely, but it's an island. I'm gonna go from there. From there, I'm gonna work my way. From there, I'm gonna work my way up. Shit. Here are all my locations. As you guys can see, I have them fucking mapped out. Okay, so from there, I'm gonna work my way up. Kind of. It's gonna be like buses and plane rides. So I believe it's like 50 cities across like fucking 20 something countries, I want to say, but I'm not going to Venezuela. It's too much to the east. I'm not going to Suriname, French Guiana, the fucking islands at the top, the Azores or whatever the fuck they're called. You know, like, fuck, I forget but the islands off Venezuela. I'm not going to go over there, and Suriname and French Guiana. So I'm going to, because it takes me too much off the route. I tried to do my best to not zigzag. I will be zigzagging a little bit, but you can see I start in the southernmost city. I move up to El Calafate, which is at the bottom of the screen right now. And then I go up to San Carlos de Bariloche, which is this German fucking mountain town in Argentina where a lot of the German refugees in World War II, because I believe Argentina was a neutral country, a lot of them went over to Argentina and a lot of them went to Bariloche, and it's a very German looking town. And then from there, I'm gonna fucking fly east, go to Chile, then cross back over into Argentina, go to Buenos Aires. Then I'm gonna move up into Uruguay, Florianopolis in Brazil, cross on over to Paraguay, to Bolivia, and then cross over into, I believe, Peru, travel Peru into Ecuador, and then from Ecuador, move up into Colombia. I will get to Medellin. Colombia is supposed to have the hottest chicks in the world, you know, so as I'm going through this whole trip, ideally I've got my cameras and everything, my button camera figured out, and I'll be trying to live stream whatever I can, or at least record it and then stream it later. so you guys can see like what the fuck I'm doing. I really don't want to, honestly. I don't like recording myself, but I'll do it a little bit at least. So you guys, I'm sure you guys want to see, which by the way, guys, like and share the video. Let's get this fucking message out. And more than anything, let's attract these fucking trolls so I can fucking crush them, so we can crush them. And as we get challenged on these fucking concepts that I'm saying, the more that we have to verbalize them. This is why I do the streams a lot. The streams help me a lot because I have to verbalize what I'm thinking, and then it makes me just more aware of it. So the more these fucking trolls come in here and talk shit, the more we can verbalize. You guys can get in the chat. If it gets too wild, I'll have to hire moderators, honestly. But I hope it doesn't get too big. But I hope I at least start getting my 4,000 hours so I can fucking start getting ad revenue, at least $100, whatever it is. I just want to start I just want to fucking monetize the channel. I don't even really care how much fucking money I'm making because it's an accomplishment for me. It'll be cool if I get to do that. So I'll travel up through Colombia, then I'll cross the Darien Gap on foot. For any of you guys that know what the fucking Darien Gap is, I could fucking die. It's a 60-mile, I want to say it's 60 miles or like fucking 100 miles or whatever it is. But it's going to take me, probably a week to cross it on foot. It's dense jungle. It's no man's land. There are criminal cartels there. There's no police. There are no roads. There are only beaten trails from people walking through them. The caravan goes through there a lot. So I'll end up crossing the Darien Gap and coming out in Panama, go to Panama City, work my way up to fucking Nicaragua, I believe, or Costa Rica. Costa Rica may be the most spots when I hit Central America. A lot of skating there, a lot of surfing, and then hit Honduras, Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, Belize, southern Mexico, up to Puerto Escondido, and work my way back up to La Paz. You guys can see the whole route fucking here. And then I'll work my way up to fucking Puerto Escondido and then Cihuatanejo. I've been working on my Portuguese for when I'm in Florianopolis in Brazil and hanging out, meeting the girls there. And we'll see, guys. I will say when you're exotic, because you're in a country, because you guys are probably just in the United States, you really don't understand the power it has when you're in a completely foreign country, especially the further away you are from home. People don't see people like you there that often. So it gives it a different kind of feel. I will say from having traveled before, it is tougher to get locals. Locals are tougher, but I'm following something known as the Gringo Trail. It's not exactly the Gringo Trail, but there's something called the Gringo Trail. It sort of follows that. I found out about it after I made the route. It's a thing that people have been following for years. And as I'm going through, I'll meet other travelers. I'll meet other like-minded people. I might have to stay in a few hostels. Ideally, I don't, because I have to work online and I don't want to be like talking with my clients, talking about their personal stuff in a fucking hostel where everybody can hear me, So I'll make it to Cihuatanejo, and then I'll go to Guadalajara. I'll go to Guadalajara, Sachulita, and then I'll probably go to like Manzanillo and crossing over on ferry to La Paz. And then that's where my trip shall end. Once I get to La Paz, I will recalibrate. Oh, I forgot to say I'm going to go to Playa del Carmen over here where Tulum is. You guys can see fucking Tulum where Playa del Carmen is. That's a hot girl destination. I might even end up going to fucking Cuba. Fuck it. I don't know. Because I've been wanting to go to Cuba. I can go because I have a Mexican passport. So I might go to Cuba. Fuck it. But once I finish this trip and I end up in fucking La Paz, I will be a motherfucking changed man. My pickup pilgrimage will fucking be over. It's going to completely change me because like I told you guys, I still have that thing where I'm still frustrated with women for me having to approach them. Like they need to prove to me that they're approachable on I can still feel that resistance, I can approach girls, but I have to really be like, I don't care, and then approach. I have to snap out of that. So ideally I was going a lot through that when you read my fucking community posts and on the channel where I'm dealing with rejection and having to approach all the time and feeling this pressure. And I think I even started talking shit about some of the girls at some points. You'll hear me saying in my older videos too, talking a bunch of shit about the girls. I feel like taking the fucking videos down because I talk so much, especially the change your dating life forever. I talk a bunch of shit in that. I have this one video called I don't care about your feelings or some shit. Like I have a lot of angry shit in there, and it's all a result. Let me take this shit off. I don't think I fucking need it anymore. Hopefully you guys, I'm not crackling or anything, but let me know if the audio is fucked up, but hopefully the audio is good. So you can hear my old videos. I'm leaving them up so you guys can see. Even a guy that had been gaming for fucking 2023, at that point, I had been gaming for like over 15 to 16 years, you know? So I had tons of fucking time gaming. I had my game down essentially. Whatever it was going to be, I had it down, you know, and I was in Europe in a hot spot for hot chicks and for travelers and for people. Like I had the ideal fucking conditions to approach, and I still went into these like shitty frames. Like you can hear it, guys. When I tell you I'm not above this shit, that I went through the validation loop too, just go watch my old videos. Go read my old posts, and you're gonna hear me shit talking girls all the fucking time. You know, it doesn't allow you to have empathy for them when you're so caught up in like this need to perform. And then that built this frustration in me where it's like, why do I need to perform? And the girl gets to just be pretty. And now I have to go and approach and invest all this energy. And she just can fucking decide to talk to me or not. She can reject me or not. And it's like, and then at that point too, in 2023, 2024, I was in this loop where it's like, I need to approach because my manhood is on the line, and I was seeing hot girls everywhere, and I was getting all this guilt and not around not approaching. You know, it wasn't even about getting rejected anymore. It was about me not approaching. Because if I approached, once I approached, I felt good no matter what because I did the approach. The reason I felt good after approaching, even if I got rejected, is because my energy, my source of validation, was coming from doing the approaches. So during that time, clearly I'm going to get frustrated with it and annoyed with it and be like, I have to keep doing this shit, even though I don't want to. And I can tell it's off and I'm uncomfortable. And sometimes it would go well. Once I was in set, honestly, a lot of my shittiness would go away when the girl would start giving me validation or would go start going well, and I would get lost in it. My game was good enough where I could just like screen and, you know, set the frame and blah, blah, blah. I talk a lot about that in my community posts, like my actual tactics that I'm thinking about how to run a set. But at the core level, I was still like frustrated with the girls, and I was projecting. I was frustrated, and I was projecting that I had to fucking put in so much work to fucking meet these girls, and they just get to exist. I was frustrated, so then I was projecting my frustration onto the girls and being like, you need to fucking game me and get my attention so I'll like you, and then maybe I'll approach, you know. And it caused me to fucking miss so many approaches I shouldn't have met, because I ended up getting these fucking strategies where I would not approach on purpose to remind myself that it's okay, I don't have to approach to feel good. But then I was going in this loop where I have to approach and then I have to not approach. It got super fucking weird, you know? And I couldn't just be like, the girl's hot and that's all that matters. I want to talk with her and that's all that matters, you know? So it was like this constant fucking hamster wheel I was on, but the hamster was fucking dead unless the hamster would die unless he kept the fucking wheel spinning, you know? So because I still have some of that, it's gotten less and less. The last girl that I approached was in December of last year, a few weeks ago. It was that British bitch. It might have been late November, but it was in late November, December, whenever it was. I talked about it, I think, on one of the streams right after it happened, but I believe. So I met her, and then I had my fucking wake up moment where I was like, holy fuck, I don't have to game fucking shit, you know? And the thing is, I think why it happened is because I've been out here in the middle of nowhere. I've been kind of in a metamorphosis stage. I'm in a chrysalis, like a little fucking caterpillar becoming a butterfly, you know, where I've had enough time to get separated from the game. And I separated myself from that drain, that when I went down there and she started trying to game me, you know, I started trying, like I felt myself going into my game stuff because she started talking with me, started getting along. I was able to see it and I was able to be like, fuck that. I'm not investing my energy in that whatsoever. I was like, if I lose her, I don't care. Like, I recognize that shit. And then she kept coming back to me. She kept coming back to me and trying to keep the tension going and interacting with me. And because I was able, and I was just like, okay, I'm just going to let her keep coming back to me. And after she came back to me a few times, I was just like, holy shit. And then at the end, she asked for my number. And she's like, we'll see each other in July when I come back in July. And I was like, and then she leaves and she's like super into me. We ended up giving each other a kiss on the cheek. like I went to kiss her on the cheek and she tried to like kiss my mouth, you know what I mean? And then after that happened, I came back here and I was like, holy shit, I can see it now. I've been fucking awakened. Holy fucking shit. And then I was able to see how I was frustrated. And then now when I watch these red pill podcasts, all I see is the guy is frustrated because he had to build his value. All these fucking posts on X that are like the woman is born with her value and has to and protect her value, and the man has to build his value. And the guys that are believing that you have to build your value before women like you, it's going to make you frustrated. And then when you build that value, you're going to be angry at women for not submitting to you, for not being subservient, because you're a high value guy. You should be allowed to be with multiple women if you want, because you built your value over all this time. And it's like, it's all coming from this frame of fucking frustration. Okay. So I feel I have dropped that, even though I can admit I can still feel it in me, but I feel like I'm able to finally like go out and drop it. This pickup pilgrimage is going to test it. So by the end of this pilgrimage, I should have fully, this is my last stepping stone in game. I feel like there's nothing else left for me to fully actualize. If you watched my first fucking video on this channel called My Pickup Lessons, which I recorded in like 2021 or some shit like that, that fucking video, you hear me talk about it where I'm like, I stopped approaching girls because I felt like I was in hunt mode and I didn't like looking at people like that and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, I stopped approaching for many years because I felt it was wrong and blah, 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 and shit. And that is still my problem now. I still have this hang up on approaching girls and selecting them because they're pretty. And I have the hang up now. It's turned into fucking frustration because I've had to build all this shit and blah, and I had to learn how to transcend game, and I had to fucking learn, and I have to blah, like all this fucking bullshit I'm in, you know? And it's like, when I do this pilgrimage, I think I'm finally going to be able to finally let it go. So I'm super excited about it. If you guys can't tell, I'm super pumped up about this fucking trip. Anybody wants to come, you're more than welcome to come with me. All right, dude. So that's it for the stream today. I have another video I want to react to, some red pill stuff. I think this channel is going to basically start becoming like a red pill reaction and pickup reaction channel. I've said it multiple times. The only thing that's going to be holding me up in between streams is coming up with a thumbnail for the videos and like a fucking subject, or if I'm busy with work. But other than that, expect more content like today, where I'm reacting to shit and just like blowing apart all the fucking traps in game and how it's keeping you in a validation loop. Okay, guys. Young Villain, good to see you. Vulcan Worf, good to see you. Bill Usher, good to see you. Shout out to Nathan Thomas. He was here at the beginning. He probably left because it's been 4 fucking hours. Shout out to everybody that's come. Like and share. Let's get some haters in here. Let's get some more love. I'll see you guys in the next stream. Peace.